Right. Let's get some water. Let's get some water. Forgot to do this. Forgot to do those. How's it going, guys? How's it going? One momento, please. How's it going, guys? Alright. Gonna put on some eye drops and then we get started. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna have to step out for like a minute or two whenever somebody rings my doorbell. I'm expecting somebody to come over, but once I'm through with that, I'll be back into the stream. How's everybody doing today? Hope you guys are having a good Thursday afternoon, evening, or morning, depending on where you guys are from. Is this Boruto? Yep. We're just going to check it out real quick, because new chapter's up. Just want to read it. Now you've annoyed me. Let's kill him. Let them do the rest. Go on. Undo the mind transfer seal. Release Kobu. Are you serious? This is a guy's a civilian. I told you, Inojin, there's no room for the bait. Hurry up and get out of Kobu's body. If you don't, Kobu is killed. You'll die along with him. That's how the jutsu works. You think I don't know that? It's just attack. Inojin, now undo it. Moved out of the way. Ow. Damn it. So sluggish. This body can't move at all. Dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think the Shinju are that fucking powerful. I really don't think that the Shinju are as powerful as people seem to think they are. Like, this is a planetary faster than light threat, and yet it couldn't take on an old guy that basically... who's literally stated that he can't move at all? Come on, man. This is literally an anti-feat. This is literally an anti-feat for the Shinju tree. I'm not saying that, like, Jura or any of the others are, like, this fucking slow, but I mean, come on now. The difference between, like, let's say, whatever the fuck the name of this Shinju tree is, and all the other ones can't be so fucking massive that a random old guy, a random civilian who isn't a ninja, can evade the attack. Stop right there, Inojin. What are you doing? Shut up. If I can't protect someone under such conditions, I don't deserve to call myself a shinobi. Hope Inojin's okay. He better reconnect us all soon. Otherwise, I have no idea what's going on outside. Why don't you just look using your Senringan like you usually do? You're watching, aren't you? Our eyes met the one time I watched that geezer. He can definitely see me. I suspect he can gather intel from looking into other people's eyes. He has that special ability, in addition to multiplying like crazy. If I were to use the Senringan right now, he'd know exactly where I am. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what he wants. Okay. Dude, what the fuck? Alright. Let's see. These two stand up. Hey, you've shown ourselves openly, so where is that wench? And are you sure she's here in this village? Relax. She takes one look at us and she's done. We'll know where she is. So how much longer is it gonna take, eh? God, this enemy's ugly. Okay, knock them away. Shut up, you damn bug. What do you think you're doing, idiot? Shut up. Well, you want to die too? What the heck is up with them? Their intellect has dropped so low they've become an irrational mob. Okay, so then they blast each other. This is bad run. Tell me, Shikamaru, what are you up to? Is Inojin safe? Our foe is the Divine Tree being Mamushi. His target is in Konoha. Didn't they state... What's up, Lazarus? Didn't they state, like, a couple of chapters ago, or like a chapter or two ago, that, like, if Boruto... Not Boruto, but, like, Ada has to die in this fight, right? Ada allegedly dies in this today or whatever. It was like Ada Himawari. Somebody dies today to the Mamushis. It just doesn't make sense for me to believe that these guys are like faster than the speed of light, crazy powerful. They're like this threat beyond conceptual imagination. If some regular ass civilian ass dude is just capable of evading the body, even with like another ninja's body mind inside of him, even he says it. Damn, it's so sluggish. This body can't move at all. Like, these divine trees genuinely don't seem that impressive. What the fuck? That's news to me. Where's the intel? It's Ada. That's news to me. Where's this intel from? Listen, Sai, I don't have time to explain. I'm in charge of running this interrogation, so answer me, Shikamaru, before it gets ugly. No, you understand this, Sai. I get your concern for Noji, but we are shinobi first and foremost before we are parents. Especially during an emergency. The safety of the village and all of its citizens are top priority. So first, sand, and now this. Another top secret mission. Tell me what you need me to do. Fodder. That's what I'm saying, bruh. Hey, what's up, troll? Yeah, humans shouldn't be doing that. Die, bastard, huh? What the... Eep. Okay. Mangekyo Sharingan Ohirume. Whoa, what's up with those spheres? I haven't kept up with Boruto. Is Boruto still in another universe? No. When he was never in another universe. What's up with those spheres? This is your doing? Uh-huh. Wow, in one fell swoop, but not all of them. Ohirume's gravitational force can only affect objects I'm able to see with my own eyes. So this kind of sucks then. Gotcha. All right then. In that case, her ability, yo, Sadada's gravitational ability is like in every sense worse than the one I developed for my characters. Yeah, that's crazy. Didn't Ada switch him and Kawaki? Yeah. She didn't switch him in Kawaki. She simply changed the confines of everybody's memories to think that Boruto's Kawaki and Kawaki is Boruto, or at least the things that they've done. Okay, they pop the head. Cool. Okay, they pop the head. Pop the head. You, and then she blasts the other one. Okay, and then she steps on them, breaks their eyes out. Aha, then she crushes them with gravitational force. Sarada. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. 1 second, guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Give me 1 second, please. Give me 1 second, please, guys. And the answer to your question, Jake, is yes. If she gets perception blitzed, she's cooked. I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Alright, there we go. I'm back. I'm back. How's everybody doing? Does that memory alterational, conceptual / universal, or is it like everyone with chakra? It just seems to have affected everyone. I don't know if this just makes the jutsu multi-continental. It just seems like it just affects people. I don't know. We don't have to apply an actual quantitative potency for it. You know what I mean? People think he's multiversal in the same way that people can say that Naruto or Luffy are multiversal. It just doesn't matter. Ada doesn't have physical scaling, though. She says herself she's not a fighter. Bro is running. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's just able to evade them. This is so bad for Boruto. Yeesh, I never thought you'd be this obstinate crap at this rate. Oh, gotta hold yourself and move on, since he's done for. Hey, what? You forcibly released my jutsu. How could you? Talk later. Restore the mind transfer formation first. I'm worried about our friends. What am I doing here? Who are you? Mind transfer formation. Lord 8th and Nojin. Where's Lord Kobu? Up on the roof. He's being attacked by Mamushi. Hurry. Bro was running. I was not running. I just had to like go up and down the stairs really quickly because I had to like open the door for somebody that's helping us out with something. We're getting like a little bit of work done in one of our rooms. What a punchable face you've got. Ooh, yo, didn't I say this? Didn't I say this before? Creating a universe doesn't make them universal in terms of attack points, and creation doesn't translate to strength. I agree. What a punchable face you've got. Yeah, you're one to talk. You can't have you die too quickly. I need to get my anger out. Lord Kobu. Crack, damn it. Swing of the blade. Cuts them all off. And then absorbs chakra. Yeah. This dude was lit of flames as well. That's crazy. Saya, take Lord Kobu to medical. Grab onto me. Are you alright? Where were they? Those were divine trees. Now do you understand they must be dealt with? Stat. Please let me do my job. Fine, do what you must. However, my investigation into you isn't over, Naruto. You better not think you can sweep this under the rug. After all has come to light, we of the Land of Fire will take whatever action is necessary. You must remember that. Uh-huh. Yeesh. Was this pure coincidence, or did you know that I'd say Kobu? You might not consider this an answer, but in my personal opinion, that man needs to die. Listen up, the mind transformation is back. Is everyone okay? Oh, thank heavens. Sheikah dear, we're fine over here. How are things outside? They've multiplied a lot in the last few minutes. There are at least 200 of them, maybe more. Lord 8th. A bunch of Mamushi have turned into a mob. Likely they have a big drop in their intelligence. Yeah, also, Chocho's just able to one-shot these things. I'm sorry, but Chocho does not scale to the Ten Tails. She does not actually scale to the fucking Six Paths characters, and she's just one-shotting these things in the head. Mind you, they don't get any weaker. From my understanding, Mamushi does not get any weaker. I just got here out of class early since it was finals day. Nice, and we took him earlier than usual. Got 96. Lovely, man. That's lovely. I love to hear that, man. Happy to hear you're doing good. I'm happy the former prince was arrested this morning. Wait, what happened? What do you mean the former prince was arrested this morning? Best family in the verse. The Yamanaka family upscale. Is Naruto and Sasuke free? I never understand the creation arguments. Why couldn't Kaguya just instantly expend the ETSO if she made her own universe dimension from her chakra? That's what I'm saying. Was good. Where do you scale Boruto in strength and speed? That's the problem that I've been having. This shit is inconsistent as fuck, dude. Shit is inconsistent as fuck. I don't know what to tell you. Chocho is tough, so it's okay. She's fine. Prince Andrew got arrested. Let me look that up real quick. Prince Andrew news. Arrested under suspicion of misconduct in public office over ties to Epstein. That's crazy. Was arrested at 8 a.m. Thursday morning. Police say... Report arrested Andrew over this morning with the force only saying suspicion of misconduct in a public office. Yeah, alright. Anyway, we gotta get back to the real matters. Stuff that actually that people actually care about. Boruto scaling. Anyway, Team 1010 here. We're currently fighting some of those rogues, but there's no end to them. Our chakra's draining quick. Alright, in that case, we'll have to go with our last resort, which is nothing complex. Just lead the Mamushis to Eddie's location. What? They'll likely all show up, every last one of them, since they've gone stupid. If we focus all our battle strength here, we can destroy them all at once. Hold on, did you just say that? You're going to use me as bait? I see. Why not? It's nice and simple. In fact, we should have gone with that in the first place. That was the chapter. Baby Uwu Kurama is extremely weaker than 100% Kurama. Yeah, this chapter did irreparable damage to the Boruto fan base. This chapter did irreparable damage to the Boruto scaling. I'm sorry. Pulled up to Konoha is so much weaker than Kishimoto that it's not even funny. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Chocho being able to one-shot the Mamushis having next to no durability, the Mamushis, which are apparently supposed to be a massive threat, are considered so slow that even a civilian with a child's mind in his body, that sounds weird, is capable of dodging their attacks. Bring out your ult to Count Creed. I'm going to crease out clip farms. The absolute worst is a human dodging a Mamushi. Yeah. Yeah, a human that at best you could maybe say he amped his own style or his own chakra or body or whatever. I don't know, man. This is so ass. This is so fucking ass. Could Luffy defeat Kaguya? Unless you believe Kaguya is going to just switch dimensions and then teleport herself out of them. Yeah, she, unless you, like, basically plug a controller into her and say, yeah, no, she would quite literally just swap the dimensions instantly and then try to, like, teleport her way out of there. I don't think she can beat Luffy. I don't think she can. Based on raw stats, I just don't think she can. This is the new chapter? Yeah, it was the new chapter. It was ass. The new chapter was so ass, it wasn't even funny. Literally nothing implies MTJ enhances the person who uses mind transfusion enhances the person who uses whose body's taking over. I know nothing implies it, but the guy does have chakra, so you can technically argue that an Ojin simply utilizing the guy's body. Bro, why would you read Boruto? Why would you remind me that I could be reading something better than 100-Year Quest? I mean, I know I've read your comment from before, Aster. You said that, you know, you wanna just like end it, you wanna just finish out the series or whatever, you wanna stick to it, but like if you're just not enjoying it, just don't finish it. Yeah, Boruto, this new Boruto chapter did irreparable damage to Boruto scaling. It just did irreparable damage. I'm sorry. There is no way. I still believe Madara could beat Kaguya. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. What are the high ends of Boruto's scaling and feats? Naruto can blow up a planet. Apparently Boruto can now also blow up a planet. Yeah, that's it. That's kind of it, you know. Obliterates One Piece characters. Not only is she immortal, if her body gets eradicated completely, I don't think she's just coming back from anything. From nothing. But her dimension switch is in character. Yeah, the dimension switch is in character, but leaving a person in another dimension is only something that she does. Specifically in the case of trying to separate Naruto and Sasuke and picking them off one by one. In a 1v1 fight, I don't believe she's just automatically swapping the dimension and then swapping it out. Swapping the dimension, then teleporting herself out so that Luffy's stuck in there. How Naruto can withstand a Gatling that explodes his internal organs. He doesn't. That's the thing. He doesn't. You can argue Naruto can maybe withstand like one or two of his organs taking damage at the same... Taking damage, right? Like, he only ever heals, like, his lung at once, right? He only ever removes a blade from his midsection. That only damaged, like, one portion of it. It's never like, oh, Naruto had the entirety of the organs inside of his chest completely destroyed, and then he just also regened off of that. Even move at FTL speeds. You can argue that she can because she blitzed a bunch of Sage of Six Paths clones, but it's like unquantifiably faster, and even then she wasn't like... At least relatively speaking, she was really just jumping from one to the other. She wasn't really like hard blitzing... She wasn't really like hard perception blitzing any of them. Her chakra literally made his body explode. Sakura got fear hacked by Kaguya who before was bucking up to Kaguya, higher narrative. Eon, what would you consider being taken out of battle for characters that are either immortal or just for the battle can't be killed by others? They can put themselves in a state of helplessness. If you're referring to, like, let's say Trafalgar Law, for example, splitting up a character using dissection knife, not dissection, amputate to essentially split apart their entire bodies. I would consider that an automatic loss for whoever's on the other end. Kaguya still wins. You can believe that, Peter. You can 100% believe that. Seriously, what happened in the chapter for it to be downscaled? Oh, I'll pull it up again. Don't worry, I'll pull it up again. We're gonna move directly into One Piece after this, though. I do want to chat with you guys for a bit, but we do have to push it direct. Where the fuck is the chapter? Oh, there it is. But we do have to move directly into One Piece because I do want to just straight up finish it. So you see Mamushi, right? You see these clones? By the way, just to double check, right? Just to, double check. We need to go back, let's see, this many chapters? Undergo division, there's no limit to how many he can become. No, they're totally different. The biggest decision is that each individual is a real him, therefore there's no chakra splitting, nor power or physical strength, He can multiply full strength versions of himself, right? So keep that in mind. He can multiply full strength versions of himself. The only drawback is that there's a significant drop in intelligence when they drop, right? Okay, so you see this guy? You see how one of them just straight up goes in to attack him? Right? Inojin inside this dude's body dodged the attack. He said, damn it, so sluggish, this body can't move at all. I got a class in 20 minutes, just stopping by to say hi. Hey, what's up, Black Yoshi? Hope you're doing good, man. By the way, Oracion, Sek are all dead. They didn't even last 30 chapters, and they introduced another villain group while all this was happening. Ferris was just standing there aura farming. Yeah, most of the time in Naruto series in general, it's nerfed or downscaled, just people gassing it up too much. Yeah, people gas it up way too much. But essentially, this guy right here, this regular-ass civilian, he even says it, shut up, if I can't protect someone under these conditions. He says right here, this guy's a civilian. Mamushi, I just showed you guys, does not get any weaker, slower, any worse. And right here, this guy is able to dodge it. And not just right there, but they're able to dodge it multiple times. I'm supposed to believe that these Shinju trees are planetary threats or, you know, continental, multi-continental planetary threats. And yet, all they really have to do is just crush their heads. Quite literally, all they do is crush their heads. And it's not just these guys. Even Inojin right here is able to, still evade their attacks, even for, a tiny bit afterwards. Yeah. Naruto's easily, nowadays, the most disrespected and downplayed. It's not disrespected or downplayed, Peter. The series is not as powerful as you think it is. It's just not as powerful. If people can present evidence after evidence after evidence after evidence, it's not being disrespected or downplayed. It's that the series is not as powerful as you were led to believe. You have to be able to separate your own feelings from how powerful the show actually is, my guy. What does this mean for Naruto scaling overall? It doesn't mean really much for Naruto scaling overall. I'm just saying these Mamushi guys are not that powerful or not that fast, at least in my opinion. I don't know what to tell you. How do you else, Chocho out here is literally capable of blowing up this guy's head. If I'm supposed to believe these are planetary threats or whatever because they're 10 tails, yet Chocho is able to just one-shot them with a single punch to the head, either Chocho is as powerful or even stronger than Six Path's characters with a single punch, or the Mamushis are not as powerful as people seem to believe that they are. I don't like it when people say the Jubi bomb is multi-continental just because when you see the curvature of the Earth, we don't even know how big the Earth in Naruto is. It's not even about how the curvature of the Earth or any of that crap, because Kishimoto's great at giving Kishimoto's great at giving a sense of scale. He is not great at giving an actual sense at giving an objective sense of scale. He can give size. He can give let me rephrase that. Kishimoto is great at giving you a sense of scale. He is not great at giving you an objective metric of scale. As a matter of fact, the video we were watching yesterday even goes into even goes to point out that the location that they're fighting on is one of the small lands that exists between the land of, I think it was lightning, and the land of fire. And the entirety of the battlefield happened there, and it wasn't even fully wiped out. That small portion of land that exists between both great nations got completely wiped out. Well, I also don't believe that One Piece is even remotely as powerful as you think, but that's okay. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't think that One Piece is powerful because I believe that it is. I think One Piece is powerful because it consistently shows the characters are that powerful. How am I supposed to tell? Like, what am I supposed to tell you? Luffy doesn't have the attack potency to split a continent? Don Chinjiao and Don Sai didn't split a continent of ice that's tougher than metal? That's an objective fact. It doesn't matter how you choose to view it, Peter. It, objectively speaking, does not matter how you or I choose to view it. They objectively split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. There is no feat in Naruto that even remotely scales to that as far as the majority of the 700 chapters of the series are as powerful as people say. No, I don't. I think it's mostly hacks. When it comes to Bleach, I think it's mostly hacks. I do not believe people even remotely scale to where people actually think that they scale to. Yeah. I already read that, Castro. Naruto is far and away one of the most overrated franchises in terms of feats. I agree. Yeah. The continent splitting feat is already calced at planetary. Not the guy that literally split 1/10 of a continent. Yeah, a continent that is tougher than metal, and where he specifies, uses the words to split this continent, you have to focus a monumental amount of force at a single point. He focused the energy at a single point and only opened up the portion that he needed to open. You can try. That's not even close to being a continent, except it is a continent, Peter. It is objectively speaking a continent. Didn't you say they were multi-planetary? What, Bleach? No, I said Ichigo and Yukabaka are probably multi-planetary. I'm fine with giving them multi-planetary, large planetary, whatever arbitrary metric you want to use to describe that. Sometimes I don't understand English completely. Sorry, no, you're fine, Castro. Ichigo is complex multiversal, if you believe that he is. I literally don't care what is written. It's literally not even a city, bro. Come on. Okay, so if it's literally not even a city, then why? So by your logic, why should I give Naruto any saving grace? Peter, here's the thing. If you are just going to ignore what is stated in the series, what is shown in the series, and you're just going to go by your own... You're just going to go by whatever it is that you seem to believe that it is, then you're just being disingenuous. How is that a continent? It is stated verbatim to be a continent. It is stated multiple times verbatim to be a continent. Why can't it be a continent if it is stated to be a continent? The new chapter is amazing. The new chapter destroyed Naruto's speed scaling. I don't even know why you're calling it amazing. It destroyed Naruto. It's being hyperboles, even though the statement itself is objectively, especially in the kanji, is objectively continent. So you're telling me that Oda, the guy who wrote the series, you're telling me Goda, the guy who wrote the series, doesn't even know what the right kanji he's meant to use is? Peter, you cannot be this disingenuous. And if you're going to be this disingenuous, I mean, I can just I can literally just take you out of the equation then. I can just time you out because I don't want to have conversations with people that aren't even willing to be remotely genuine in what they're saying. At this point, you have to at least agree that you're just being straight up biased, dude. Like, at that point, you straight up just have to admit that you're just being biased. And if you're gonna be biased, that's fine. But at that point, why even bother having a conversation? What do you care at that point if especially, let me put it up again here.
Style has been finally passed down.
Why even remotely have a conversation with anybody if you're just going to sit there and say, hey man, I don't care what the author writes whatsoever, I'm not going to believe anything that they say. Why should I care whatsoever that the kanji, that the words that they use literally translates to continent, literally translates to continent, right here. At that point, why even have a conversation? Why even show up? All you're going to say is, no, everything you guys are saying is wrong. You guys are just being objectively disingenuous, and yet you're not even providing any evidence. Didn't change anything about the speed scaling. Yes, it did. Right here. It did change the speed scaling completely. Right here. Shouts out to Aura. Okay, we're not talking about Whitebeard though, but we're not talking about Whitebeard, Peter. I'm talking about this continental statement that literally translates to continent. What anime shows, non-anime shows do I like? I've been watching a series called Producing Parker on YouTube. It's pretty good.
Okay, what does it matter? What does it matter when it's literally stated to be a continent? Why do you need to see the entirety of the continent, Peter? Why do you need to see that? Why do you need to see a continent when the author literally wrote continent in 2 separate panels? Why do you need that? Again, give me your train of logic, because again, if you're going to be disingenuous, there's just no point in us having a discussion. There's no point in having a discussion if you're just going to straight up try to make every single argument in the back. You decide to take it at face value because you didn't want it to be... No, I don't want it to be true. The literal words the author uses right here says continent. So why would I not believe it? Why would I say that the author is objectively wrong when they use the word continent? That get far in One Piece? Not really. Maybe the Ten Tails... Maybe the new Ten Tails enemies that are showing up, the Divine Tree enemies that are showing up. Maybe them. You could maybe say Naruto. They don't get far, though, because of Logia users, though. Could solo Avatar? Oh, easily. The Avatar versus fodder. They're Enel victims. The Avatar versus Enel. Was it ever implied Kaguya created her mentions? Yup. I keep forgetting it's not SBS. Amanaka. The Rinnegan technique she can use to create the worlds together to different dimensions. She places in high gravity, super gravity, acid. These 5 dimensions are directly connected. She activates it and forcibly drags, and the opposite is impossible to take back to the original dimension. It's stated somewhere, creating dimensions as she pleases. There it is, creating dimensions as she pleases. At this point, this happens every stream where someone just can't believe Naruto loses. For me, that's not a continent. Okay, but it doesn't matter if it's for you. But that's okay. But again, Peter, your opinion is irrelevant. Your opinion does not matter. Your opinion is not objective facts. The objective fact is that this is a continent. So if you, again, are going to say that in your opinion, something that is stated to be a continent, something that is stated multiple times to be a continent, that has the translation, that has the kanji directly translate to continent, you're going to say that it's not a continent regardless of what the author, the story, etc. says. You are being disingenuous, and there is no point in having a conversation with you. Do you understand that your opinion is irrelevant? I don't care about what your opinion is. I care about what is stated and shown in the series. If your opinion is not stated and shown in the series, I don't care what it is. You are just being disingenuous at that point. There's no other way. There is no other way to look at it. I'm supposed to consider your opinion over what is stated and shown in the series? No, it doesn't matter. I don't care what Jake's opinion is. I don't care what Jeff's opinion is. I don't care what Han, Aster, Memento, Tamari. Our opinions don't matter. We're going by what is stated in the series. We have different interpretations for it, sure. But retconning, upscaling his feet instead of splitting, it smashes, shatters, crushes. We already went through that aura. We already went through that many streams ago when we actually looked at the raws and we went out of our way to translate it ourselves. The verb kanji that was used. The verb kanji that was used does mean even right here, shatter. Yeah, it is covered even here. I don't know. I don't know, Peter. It's you can be disingenuous if you want, but at that point you kind of have to. Are you referring to the manga or the V-Ray card? I'm referring to the manga. The manga specifically uses if you look at the manga's translation as well, you look at the actual kanji. It's a kanji that's primarily used for the term shatter. Yeah. A translation contradicts what was wrong is bogus. Yeah. Yeah, because the author has to draw a literal entire continent first. The author has to draw the entire continent through and through. They have to write down the exact size of the continent. They have to write down all these things, right? And yeah, this panel right here completely destroys Boruto's speed scaling, at least for these Shinju trees. Specifically for Mamushi, just completely destroys the scaling for it. Even Inojin says that this guy, who is a civilian, is sluggish. His body doesn't move well at all. Which continent, by the way? The ice continent that was split. The ice continent that Don Chinjao and Don Sai split. That is the ice continent we're referring to. The ice continent that you were talking about. It doesn't matter if they're islands. All continents in our world are islands too. What do you think an island is? Island, by definition. Any piece of subcontinental land entirely surrounded by water. They're not all in islands, dude. Every continent also fits the meaning of an island. Yep. Australia is an island. The United States, basically all of North America is an island. Alright. How far do you think Kaguya is going into One Piece? I think she hard stops about the point of any of the... Honestly, any character that has internal destruction can probably do. Isn't Europe a continent? You can argue that Europe is a continent, but if you're talking about, like, the entirety of, like, let's say Europe, Asia, etc., then that in and of itself could be considered an island, since it's all a giant body of land covered by water, surrounded by water. You don't have to disprove unique Kaguya. You just have to say she doesn't scale to the actual creation feat. Yeah. Anyway, now that we're done with that, it's just a question of scale. Yeah. Okay, so we're back here. We're back with this because of the blueprints. Okay. Oh, I was way too far in. Okay. Who are you? Undercover intelligence. We'll have to kill you. She would, since chakra amplifies your stats. So, absorbing the chakra out of an entire planet shoots her up to universal? That doesn't add up. By that logic, you also have to say that that Obito is universal because his Mangekyo Sharingan comes with its own ability. She wouldn't be planetary if she has no planet to drain across for a setting. Well, she spawned in the first place. She spawned in the first place because she absorbed all that chakra first. She simply absorbed the rest. She tried to absorb the rest of it when she was creating the ETSO. Do you think Rock Lee and Sakura going in One Piece of their characters are forced to only box each other? No other ones from melee focused? No other ones from melee focused ones? What are you talking about? Rock Lee and Sakura get speed blitzed and curb stomped by anyone faster than the speed of light, dude. Any point after Foxy the Pirate, they get fucked over. Like, completely. Like, I'm talking about completely. There's nothing... I don't even think they could probably beat Foxy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really sure if they even beat Foxy. Shibai, the What If Man, Paragraph by Freedom, the most if, maybe, and potential man who did nothing, he is alive, but just a fat interpretation. It's always what if, or probably, but never is or did. For giving characters prep, I'll take Luffy with energy pills from Horty, Ivankov's adrenaline, and Django's strength hypnosis. Abilities? Yeah. Having more chakra doesn't mean you're planetary unstoppable. Boruto has less chakra than Naruto, but would beat Naruto. Kid Naruto had 3 times Kakashi's chakra, and Kakashi was beating Naruto. Yeah, they wouldn't beat Kaido if he was asleep. That's crazy. Well, if Amino Manaka, whatever the fuck it's called, spins and weaves celestial bodies like it's stated, yeah, but that could debunk it. It doesn't, because the data book statements are flowery in language on purpose. She doesn't literally weave through dimensions. That doesn't actually happen. She doesn't weave celestial bodies together. That's just that is just a hyperbolic word. That's just hyperbolic text. Let me put it like this. Do you genuinely believe from the bottom of your heart, Jake? Do you genuinely believe from your bottom of your heart that the data book statements were intentionally written for the purposes of power scaling? Or do you believe that they are simply an encyclopedic, let me rephrase, an encyclopedic document that simply gives flavor text to all Naruto characters and abilities? Because things written in the data books directly contradict things that appear within the context of the manga, of the source material. You have to believe. Foxy has no win cons. He makes them super slow. He beats the fuck out of them. It's not like they can harden their bodies if they're already moving at extremely slow speeds. It's not like they can harden their bodies because he would also slow down their chakra. It affects everything. Naruto fans are on thin ice ever since Oda. It doesn't really change the general speed, especially without hard numbers. Inoji managing to dodge the middle-aged, unrestrained body is decent, but we aren't given a direct speed. But we know for a fact that he is a civilian. We know for a fact that Inoji can't amp the body any further. And we know for a fact that Inoji said this guy's body is sluggish and I can barely move. So yeah, no, it does change the speed scaling. You're just choosing to ignore that. If a regular civilian that is not a ninja, a trained combatant, but has the mind of a shinobi that can't amp his body, is dodging an attack from an enemy that is allegedly supposed to be an endgame level threat or whatever, or at least an extremely dangerous threat, even beyond the tailed beasts, it can't be that fast. You have trained child shinobis that are capable of moving their bodies with at least a year of training in Rock Lee's case at the speed of sound in early Naruto. But a middle-aged man who has no training, is not a shinobi, is not a trained combatant, all of a sudden, oh yeah, he dodges one of these guys, and I'm supposed to believe that, oh yeah, no, he's lightning fast, he's supposed to be faster than the speed of light, XYZ, etc., etc., etc. Also, can Foxy just some Noro beams, or is there a cooldown? No, he can just keep shooting them. He can just shoot them as much as he wants. Was it ever stated? No, he just shoots them as much as he wants. The only limitation is that anything he hits slows down by 30 seconds. 30 seconds exactly. He does bare minimum above Spandam, who, based off of Doriki, would be country from Enel, vaporizing a continent, sized landmass. Either inconsistent or downscaled just for him specifically. Downscaling the whole verse. It at very least downscales Mamushi, but Mamushi is also considered a big enough threat that they have to specifically take them down while they're stupid. If I remember right, it was also stated that that Ada would die that day. Ada would die that day if they didn't have Inojin's jutsu and they didn't have I forgot what else. I think it was like they didn't have Inojin's jutsu. So if Ada, one of the more powerful characters of the verse, and her brother's also there, Damon, who people have been glazing a high hell ever since they found out what his ability was, and he's apparently supposed to be even stronger than Ishiki, and yet he somehow allows his sister to either die or he fails to do that. I think it does potentially serve to downscale the verse. It's not definitive right now, but it does potentially downscale the verse. Let me go get some more water, guys. Yeah, but wouldn't that just be inconsistent considering the showings of speed growth since Naruto? Yeah, but at the same time, I can't tell you how fast characters are in Boruto. 1 second. Because I haven't scaled it personally. I'm just going off of the top of my head everything that I've read from Boruto casually. And how it possibly does at least show either some high level of inconsistency in terms of Boruto. You guys are feeling the frustration that all OG One Piece fans were feeling for 16 years. I don't know why autocorrect to who based, let me just switch to live chat. But it's funny how ridiculous the regular One Piece humans don't exactly hit hard, but they're hella durable for cannon fodder. They eat pre-time skip Luffy hits and somehow still get back up. Based on the Rubaru map, Wano is smaller than Skypiea, who based off the restatement should be around the size of Australia. Wano is significantly smaller than Skypiea. How do you get the Rubaru map? What's the Rubaru map? Skills to his AP, not his DC. The energy is exclusively his, but he needs the Arc Maxim to produce clouds big enough to scatter his lightning. No matter what you're talking about, it's disanalogous to the topic. So Enel isn't country level. You can argue that he is based on him actually wiping out portions of the land with simple blasts. Like, Enel quite literally puts holes in the cities. He puts holes in every location that he's fighting in. It's just a matter of size, not attack potency. It was never a matter of attack potency. It was a matter of size. Wait, I thought Wano was massive. It has a different climate. I know that there are different islands. They were pulled together, but still. It was an unofficial map Oda made for his 1000th chapter. Okay. Doesn't need the arc outside of Skypiea, but he only needed it because no thunderclouds in Skypiea. Okay, wouldn't have country level AP if the land isn't as big as a country. Isn't as big as a country, but it is a country. It's literally stated multiple times to be a country. If you can't give an actual quantifiable scale for how big Skypiea is, if a location is considered to be a country multiple times, if it's called a country multiple times, I'm willing to consider it a country. I don't know why a location needs to be considered a country. Sorry, needs to be literally given its exact size and dimensions for it to be considered a country when it's stated multiple times to be a country. That's the issue, right? Because then it also creates a secondary issue. It also creates a secondary issue where now you have to kind of, because here's the thing, if we're going to say that, okay, well, it's stated to be a country, it's said to be a country, it's referred to as a country again, they say that the entire country is going to be wiped out. And they're saying basically like, okay, well, but we don't know the exact dimensions, so how big is the country really? It could be a small country, it could be a large country, but by that logic, then the Ten Tails isn't even country level. It never blows up a country. What boss are you talking about? An L destroys half of a moon, which is continental. Like if Shibuya stated to be a city, or are we gonna say 15-finger Sukuna scales nowhere because of the exact square footage isn't stated? We let you live yesterday to blame the pirates, shipwrights, life in danger, so you mean everything is going according to your plan? Yeah. I'll take care of the shipwrights outside so that you can finish this without a hitch. I'll leave you Nico Robin to him once your comrades have the blueprint. Fun fact, people always miss the panel where they say only blowing up cities. Where is it stated that he only blowing up cities? Also says Denobi dodging should be the least he can do. A shinobi dodging? No, he does. Let me see. Let me read that again. Actually, I'll just pull it up right here. History, chapter 31. If I can't protect, what are you doing? Stop right there. Shut up. If I can't protect somebody under these conditions, I don't deserve to call myself a shinobi. I don't think that. This guy's of civilians. Are you sure? Yeah. Where does he state that? His body can't move well at all. Let's go back to the next portion where he shows up. I never thought he'd be this obstinate at this rate. Hey, you forcibly released the jutsu. What am I doing here? Okay, none of this matters then. Wow. You lied again, One Smart. You lied again. You lied again. Let me read this again. You've annoyed me. Let's do the rest. Room for the bait. Get up and get out of his body. You think I don't know that it's just undo it? Damn it, it's so slotty. His body can't move at all. What are you doing? Shut up. If I can't protect someone under such conditions, I don't deserve to call myself a shinobi. Yeah, you lied once again. Yeah, lied again, One Smart. I don't know why I keep trusting what you say. Also, it's a bummer no one is pointing out how intelligence is affecting. No, it's not. It's objectively wrong. Objectively wrong. You know how I know you're wrong? You know how I know you are objectively wrong under every single metric possible? Because they literally state right here, you must destroy both eyes, undergo, Let's see, running up from Jura, Komohari. It has to be 26 then. Mamushi will undergo division. It's one of his abilities. There's no limit to how many he can become. So they're like shadow doppelgangers? No, they're totally different. The biggest distinction is that each individual is a real him. Therefore, there's no splitting of chakra, nor power of physical strength. There is no splitting of chakra, nor of power or physical strength. He can multiply full strength versions of himself. That's really bad news. Only drawback is that as he creates more of himself, there's a significant drop in intelligence. Plus his senses of pain and his behavior become simpler. These are the weaknesses we will be able to exploit. His sense of pain dulls and his behavior becomes simpler. There it is. Objectively wrong once again, One Smart. I don't know what to tell you, dude. You keep interpreting things in completely incorrect ways. From Boruto early on, yeah. And yet none of these are weaker than they were before. None of them are weaker, less tankier. There is no drop in any of their physical stats. And yet a normal civilian who is not a shinobi, who has no training whatsoever, is capable of dodging one that is already charging at them. And he moves out of the way after he charges at him. So yeah, absolutely proven wrong. There we go. Yeah. It negatively affects Naruto scaling. Specifically Boruto scaling. I'm not even going to say Naruto scaling. You could say it's inconsistent, but it is. It sounds inconsistent. It feels like it's inconsistent, but what am I supposed to tell you? Mamushi is not that fast. Why is he always like that? Why won't he take advice? He's never done it. But Sasori's statement has nothing to do with AP or any other stat. Like, it obviously referring to him infiltrating a country with marionettes, and I calc the hustle, muscle, mangrove to be. But Sukuna didn't destroy all Shibuya. He only destroyed about 0.2 kilometers of Shibuya. Depending on how you look at it, it might be luckier. Sounds about right. Yep, I think so. The shipwrights, Luffy is a criminal ringleader. Once he shows up, all eyes will be on him, meaning he will probably count the entrance and have be thinned out. So, of course, he got a perfect chance to sneak in thanks to Luffy. Oh, I get it. It's okay to go right in. The fence looks jumpable. Okay, here we go. What part of this is thinned out? I thought I could jump. Yo! I thought I could jump into the mansion, but I got stuck. I can't move if I don't hurry. Yeah, Luffy gets stuck within a building. Luffy got stuck inside 2 buildings. Got stuck between 2 buildings. Well, if you don't complete our mission soon, there will be no end to this. No signal. How could you? The Kaku and Lucci, Mayor, Iceberg had better be safe. Why not check yourself? Okay, we got stuck between a building. Tile, stone, attacks, Bluno with a large hammer, and Bluno shatters it with his iron body fist. TP0 to half Zoro's height. Kaku. Oh, yeah. Okay. Eon saved me from my return to work 5 days away and everything is falling apart. Unfortunate state of affairs. Mr. Tilestone's giant hammer. He broke it with his fists. Are you proud of your strength? What is this? I can't move. I can't be losing to him in strength. Best of luck with that, Drake. I'm sorry, man. Completely overpowers Tilestone. In terms of strength. Japanese bleed plan? Ooh, that's interesting. In terms of strength, and one shots him. 3, Doc 1 foremen are down for the count. Or call for backup, go upstairs. There's Rizoro, he's finally shown himself. I saw the woman this afternoon. Why isn't Luffy here? Let the criminals or Straw Hat Pirates blast. The one thing we can do. Wait, Zoro, what are you doing? It's pointless being chased around this mansion. We're going to charge in the front entrance and look for Robin, but we're dealing with shipwrights. They aren't the enemy. It'll be okay. I'll use the sword backs. Okay. You can still kill people like that, you know. Okay, phew. Finally got out. That was pretty bad. I'm going to charge in. I'm going to catch Robin. Gum Gum Rocket. Certainly surprised. I never dreamed I'd be meeting you here, Nico Robin. Have we met before? Last night was for the first time, but I've always wanted to meet you. So you could kill me? That's right, before you can destroy the whole world. Since antiquity, searching and recording. You ask why would intelligence affect because the pain dulled and the IQ dropping. He's not putting a solid defense, just letting things happen. So now we have to interpret the characters that are stated to not get any weaker. They don't lose any weaker. They don't get any weaker. They don't lose any power. They don't lose any one of their stats as they multiply. But we're supposed to believe that because they get dumber, even though again it's not stated within the story, that automatically means that the characters are just weaker. Careful with the wording, Jake. I know you're not calling anybody that, but still, you could just say even if he was stupid or brain dead, moronic or whatever. How do you know about the poneglyphs? Simply knowing if there's distance isn't a crime, but in all likelihood, the only person in the world who can decipher the writing is you. Surprised why the government is such a high bin. You're the only person who can reactivate the ancient weapon. If you can't get guard with an IQ drop, if you can't guard with an IQ drop, but blocking isn't inherently boosting his durability. You even knew about the weapon, so CP9 was an actual organization, so that means you've already left the Straw Hat Pirates and are working with the world government. A strange move for a woman said to have been relentlessly pursued by the government, but that's nothing you're going to do to me. If according to the point reactivate, it doesn't matter who possesses it. Is just or evil. The result will be the same. You can't expect to bring. I did some math, and based on people say, it takes about 2 years for 100. There is no light at the end of this tunnel. I think you just need to stop then. I think you just actively just need to stop looking at Fairy Tail 100-Year Quest and just wait 2 years. Give yourself 2 years worth of training and build-up. Read other bad series and then come back to it thinking it's the best thing you've ever read before, Aster. I think that's what you should do. Go through your own time skip. Have a whole montage where you put on a headband and you start punching a punching bag and start running up a stairs. You should do that. And then when you come back and sit down and read Fairy Tail 2 years from now, once the final chapter comes out, yeah, you'll be ready to deal with all the bullshit. I hold the blueprint for a weapon of the ancient world, the Pluton. Where do I even find worse series? I just start looking, man. Just start looking. You could always read Hunter x Hunter if you want. I'm kidding, by the way. I know somebody's gonna take offense to that. Concepts like pain and fatigue be higher dimensionality or no. I don't know if it would be considered that. Manhwa Slop. You can also, yeah, check out Manhwa Slop, maybe. You should check out Solo Leveling then, maybe. The blueprints for a weapon. Pluton is the name of a battleship that was used a long time ago. The weapon they made was too powerful. The ancient shipbuilding engineers thought that the opposing force would be needed. Weapon was made too powerful. Rent-A-Girlfriend. Yeah, you could read Saint Seiya. You could read Rent-A-Girlfriend. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are you saying Blue Lock is terribly written? Yo, watch out. Chill. I'm unsure. Now, worst is Dragon Ball live action. You know what really questions people that still claim Whitebeard's statement is hyperbole, but they never argue for the ancient weapons. Yeah. No way you recommended Rent-A-Girlfriend. We're recommending bad series. We're recommending bad series for them to read. I don't know why somebody's putting out Blue Lock here. That's crazy. Unlikely went out of control. In the unlikely event that it went out of control, you passed the blueprints down through the generations. The government wants them. They ended up going to the extreme measures to get them. To think that you're helping them without knowing that's a shock. Tom, the man who entrusted the blueprints to me, I've always worried about a lone girl who'd escaped from Ohara 20 years ago. He thought she was a threat despite her age because she was shared the information, the ideas of the consideration for the weapon maker. I recommend Bleach. Yeah, we recommend Bleach, if anything. You should rent a job instead because at least it's beneficial, yeah. You can't rent a job. That's not how it works. Now that the government is aware that the blueprints exist, it would be simply impossible to burn them. Doing that won't be enough because you're alive, because there's still a chance that you might find a way to reactivate the weapon, and yeah. I guess. I don't know if I would really call an internship renting a job, though. What you talked about in UB from Boruto, he should be weaker individually since he is dumb, but his speed is the same, so the feat is downscaled all the same. No, Marcos, no, he wouldn't be weaker since he's dumb. They literally state in the series, it doesn't matter how many times he multiplies, he does not lose power or speed. They literally say they are full strength. They literally say they are full strength clones. I can pull up the chapter, go back like 30 minutes ago. You can literally look it up. Your resistance against us is futile. Calm now, hand it over before it's all... Oh, you got blood all over it. Curse you, I thought I could win. Did tell me to run away at once. Just throw it away and run because the blueprints are fake. Okay, Polly got weaker in a sense as an individual close should be easier to deal with. They say it's simpler, but in that scene, as you say, they charged at full speed and was dodged. Yeah. I mean, you can call them weaker if you want. I have no reason to believe that they're any weaker. They just are dumber. If you want to say that they're weaker because they're not acting as tactfully, as tactically, then sure, I guess, but I don't know, man. Yeah. They're also decreasing the amount of bare feats. At this point, just shoot me. Yeah, bro, you just need I don't know, man. Read Rent a Girlfriend at this point. I don't know. Read something. You gotta build up your tolerance at this point. I would recommend just reading through Bleach. Just read through Bleach. I recommend it. It's it'll make you realize that the writing is probably better than that, but I don't know, man. Okay, Polly stood no chance against Lucci and Kaku. Aren't going through? I don't know, man. Where you're from, but I guess your big plan just fell apart. Serves you right. It's a pity that I don't even know who you're after. Know what you're after. You cheeky little... In any case, even if you were just a decoy, you still know too much. Can't let you live. I'm 10 chapters away from catching up. I'll at least do that. Yeah, just catch up, dude. Okay. I'm stuck. Darn, I'm stuck. So huh? It's the rope guy. Luffy. Crashed in through a wall. What's going on? Covered in blood. This is the 3rd floor. What's going on? Straw Hat Luffy. Did you come all the way to take the blame? Hey, masks. Are they masks? Then it must be you guys. You're the ones who told Robin to do that stuff. Get Robin back, you jerks. Tempest kick. He cut the wall with a kick. Kaku attacks Luffy, who wiggles his way out of the wall and splits it with a Tempest kick. Look kind of like Emu? Kinda, right? Interesting. Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah. Okay. Lucci blitzes Luffy. It's an emergency. You see, I don't have time to deal with you now. Hey, stop him too. Hey, stop him too, right? There's no time to be fighting. Just me, you've been a hitch. Tamari, are you still with us?
Into traffic. Pixel scaling never made much sense to you. It made sense to me for a while until I realized that the values that they're providing is all essentially... It essentially does boil down to headcanon no matter how you look at it. It's still a good metric to at least get a quantifiable scale if you believe that all... If you genuinely believe that all of the author... Everything that the author draws is within the context of actual... Is within the context of, like, actual scale. But even then, will be some inconsistencies that you just have to accept. I have business elsewhere... No way, Mr. Lulu, just... That's possible. That's not possible with one blow. I've survived the worst. Straw Hat, why did you come here? Everyone thinks you're the criminal. I'm sorry, it's fine. I'm not... I'm used to being chased. Anyway, the masked guy took one of our crew. I came to get her back. That must be Nico Robin. You're strong. You're strong in a fight, aren't you? Yeah, I'm strong. You think you can beat them? You bet I can. Then fight me. Then fight with me. I want to, you know. You do? Well, yeah, I'm not... You think I'm gonna let me or Iceberg get killed by idiots nobody knows from who's nowhere? He taught me everything I know. He made me a proper shipwright. But look at you. You're a mess. I'm telling you, I want to beat those idiots to a pulp. You think I care what happens to me afterwards? Until I fight. I'll fight until I'm down to a single bone. Come off, curse you. Alright, I'll fight with you. Yeah. Go home. There's nothing to hand over. Then we have a problem. Cuckoo. What? Should I tell you first to a dying man? You've let me down. You're the one in the wrong. None of this would have happened if you had handed him over the government when it was asked nicely. We wanted to let you leave town without hurting you. If we could. Khalifa. Did you also get the stubborn streak from your master? It's the guy from the bar, Bluno. I can't see an author drawing a fight scene while also having this will be this level in mind. However, when someone like Don Chinja literally stated to split a content, it's hard to dismiss, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to dismiss something when it's specifically stated, and often people like to use, like, images or videos to say that, hey, man, this is what the image or video is showing, but it's like, is everything... Do you genuinely believe that everything is drawn perfectly to scale? Well, the author drew it, didn't they? Yes, and the author is also human, and human are also bound to create mistakes. If there are examples within the context of a story of things being out of scale, then it's very much possible to say that any single example could also be drawn out of scale. I mean, you see it all the time in One Piece and with Naruto. You see it in other series as well. Scale is not always the best metric to go by. Scale of an image is not always the best metric to go by, especially if things are, in most context, right? If things are, at least in most context, somewhat either larger or smaller than they should intentionally be. Low-key, Thunder has a better life-draining effects than Barry on mode. That's crazy, mind you. The guy's only pixel calc One Piece to debunk country level when I proved it inconsistent, and even then I have a country Rygo calc. Yeah. Correct. For us, going undercover is the easiest thing in the world, but you just had to go and make things difficult with blueprint. The ancient weapons don't tell us now and make them innocent. Don't worry, I used the back of the blade. Zoro took down... Why did you cut down all the shipwrights? Zoro is strong, so strong. Zoro, this way, whatever, let's get going. No, this way, I'm leading. How could you go the wrong way? Is it a miracle? Okay. Boing. Alright, I'm out because I'm rubber. Nice, okay, now get mine off too. The bull and the skull had better watch out. We've been undercover for 5 years. Don't worry, we took our regular jobs very seriously. I understand that you're dejected, but the time we can devote to this matter has come to an end. We will achieve our goal by any means necessary. If you're fighting just to fight, I suggest you give up. By the way, Dragon Ball has 18 universes. Is that a downscale? Not necessarily. Why would that be a downscale? Get him to Continental pretty easily if you have an argument. I have an argument if you want to hear it. Yeah.
I like you guys also sharing your arguments between each other. By the way, Aura, when do you wanna... Aura, let me ask you a question real quick. I have a video idea. I don't know if you saw this yesterday. I have a video idea I'm planning on titled Loss Unironically Solos the Naruto Verse. It's like an 11-page document I kind of just went off of. Do you have any ideas that you might want to like do work on a video together? Because I'm down to just like put something out while I'm still working on this. I realized that like I still have to get content out while I'm studying for this video, so I might as well. I feel like a podcasty type scaling back and forth, you know, just any topic of conversation we want to go into. I think a video like that would probably be good for like content for both of us. We can make like 2 separate videos, probably take like an hour or 2. Just sit down, have a back and forth about it, record the clip, and then just make a video with our own separate clips. You know what I mean? It could be even about any topic. It could even be about just regular power scaling in general. You know what I mean? If you want to. You heard the name Cypher Poll, CP 1 through 9 through CP 8, the government evangelizing, yeah, but they seek anywhere the government orders them to. Yes, I know. I could have do that. I don't know when for sure, but I have a couple of hours uninterrupted. Let me know. Yeah, just let me know when you feel like you might have like at least like 1 to 3 hours uninterrupted, and we can sit down and just chat it out. It could even be at night. I don't care if it's at night either. It'll probably even be quieter at my place at night. I'm hyped for Law versus the Naruto vid now. Yeah, it's like 11 pages. I wrote this shit in the middle of the fucking night. It was just like an intrusive thought that came across my head while I couldn't sleep. And I basically just kind of spoke everything off the top of my head. I do need to like go over this and kind of like clean it up. I'll probably do that tomorrow since I'm not going to be streaming. I'll try to like clean it up, add any points that I feel like I might be missing, and then I'll probably just start turning that into a video. I'll just start voice recording when I can. That'll probably be the next video that comes out, because we're already past halfway point of February, and I haven't put out any content all year, so I might as well do that. You can believe pixel scaling is subjective, right? There's nothing wrong about that. Yeah, you can believe it's subjective. There's nothing wrong with that. How large do you think Loki is in its full Zoan form? Very big. I will continue to say very big until I have something whose size is objectively quantifiable. What do you think about the dragon fraud allegations? I don't think Oda would hype up a character this much for this long without giving him something, kind of like Mihawk. Although Mihawk at least does have a feat to go by, but, I mean, Dragon does take out Smoker, so maybe. I'm more interested in how Dragon got as powerful as he's allegedly meant to be over anything else. Probably we're not going to see it, but it'd be interesting if we could get into, like, a little bit of a... If we can get into, like, maybe, like, a backstory for him in between that time frame. But I don't know, man. You're a master rage baiter? Yeah, you're a master rage baiter. Of course, yeah, we are CP9s, which shouldn't exist. Because of certain privilege, we can't operate in the open. Even through that privilege, serves justice. If civilians aren't cooperating with the government, we are allowed to execute them. That's egotistical, as if a just killing is even possible. Well, some who are in power have reconsidered their way of thinking. Rather than continue to live in fear of the weapon's reactivation, we should activate the weapon and put an end to this age of great voyages. We should use the weapon as a force for justice. Can't wait for Dragon to realize that his son did his job while he was busy looking east. True! True! That is objectively true. Yet you dare to stand in our way. Even now, people over are being victimized by pirates, and you're saying that you won't help them? This conversation is pointless. If you reactivate the weapon, the world will fight for control over that power, and the damage will be only greater. You seem to mistrust the government. Mayor Iceberg, I just know human nature, boy. I just know human nature, boy. This conversation is pointless. If you reactivate the weapon, the world will fight for control over that power. And the damage will be greater. Yeah, I think Dabura is given enough info on sorcery for a year would be the strongest. Probably. You can maybe make the argument. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't know if he would be a better sorcerer than Sukuna, but sure. If he could, I'll put it like this: if he can just through a single look learn how to fix the what was it? If he through a single look can use RCT to essentially reset the burnt out CT effect from a domain expansion, I'll probably believe it. I'll probably put him on the same pedestal as Sukuna. really peaked in his teenage years. I don't know about peaked in his teenage years, because wasn't he like 19 when he was in the Marines? Watch your tongue, your boss. You're not my boss anymore. Kaku, check his pulse. Pardon me. Cough. Me, Iceberg, to tell the truth, a short while ago we came up with a theory. All you have to do is listen. I'm sure your pulse will tell us the truth. First, your ploy of giving us the fake blueprints. We have doubts about it. You've guessed that the culprit was the world government and leaked and whereabouts of the fakes. But what if it had been someone with a grudge who had come to kill you? The real blueprints would lose their owner and cease to be handed down. They're smart enough to have considered that. The fact that despite this you made no moves to pass the real blueprints on tonight means that you've already entrusted them onto someone else. What did Current Dragon even do? I don't know. Not really. We're just talking about pixel scaling and stuff like that and random thing. You missed the Jura example earlier. I used Jura as an example adjusting for stats. Like his stats don't drop, but he's also not enough to go all out. They're not enough to go all out. What example are you talking about? Jura of adjusting stats. Like his stats don't drop, but he also is not there enough to go all out. They literally state that he can go... They literally state they don't lose power. So again... Probably, yeah. I just don't like people saying one beats the other, but never proves why. Like, I personally believe Naruto can beat Luffy, and I can prove why, personally. I think he does. You can also say Luffy wins, too. Yeah, I think that's fine. At the very least, you no longer have them near you, or so we can assume. We're still theorizing here. Of course, we have no positive proof. Even in the 5 years we've spent observing you undercover, it's pointless. Don't struggle. Nothing in your action to indicate that you've picked a successor. Moreover, the one entrusted with the blueprints would need sufficient skill. Now then, let's continue with the theory. Here it is where it gets interesting. Just now you had us believe that we had taken a fake blueprint. If you look closely, and the names of the designers are written on them. Tom, Iceberg, Cuddy Flam, and finally the company's name, Tom's Workers. We have planned to outwit your enemy with these fakes, but you never dreamed that your enemy would be lurking so close by. That was a miscalculation. This would be no more than waste paper to an intruder who slipped in yesterday or together with these designs on the blueprints, but we've had lived here for 5 years. We're very interested in the names of the designers. Tom's Workers, the crew led by legendary shipwright Tom, is shrouded in mystery. They must have been on this island once, but no roster or register exists. It's no easy task to find out that they have been one of Tom's apprentices. According to recent reports from the government, Tom had only 2 apprentices. A government agent confirmed that one of them had died in an accident, or so we were meant to believe. However, I remember hearing that the name Cuddy Flam. It's been about 4 years now. A man passed through these gates of the Galila company to visit you. That was the only time he gave his real name. I remember, me too. In other words, Tom's other apprentice, Cuddy Flam, is alive, even now here in this town. Eon versus me, it's time for timeout, not gonna lie. Leaf Trump technique is advanced. Eon now, I'd adapt. Domain expansion, infinite timeout, proceeds to teleport. Damn. What does this prove? You're adjusting his stats, and Mamushi clearly isn't losing power, just IQ. Yep, I agree. He's changed his name to Frankie. Seems there's no mistake. Who would have thought you and he had that connection? No matter how much you investigated Frankie, we weren't able to uncover his background. We ignored him since he was a dismantler and a swaggering oaf. Of course, our predictions relied on facts. You created a perfect blind spot with a dead man. The Frankie family comes here to sell lumber to the shipbuilding lot. We careful planning. You would have had countless chances to give him the blueprints. Now that we think about it, he was the closest to you, and yet he kept a safe distance. Your earlier boldness can be explained if you no longer had the blueprints. If you gave them to your fellow apprentice, then I could see you're not leaving them to a trusty foreman. From the facts, we can deduce the single conclusion, and Raising Pulse has told us everything that we have hit the nail on the coffin. This community ain't real? Damn. There, it's the door straight ahead. I'm sure of it. All these people in the background, on the ground. Straight ahead, Zoro, the door. Okay, straight ahead. Cut the door, Zoro. Let's get there. Don't order me around. Hey, Luffy, Straw Hat. You idiot, not this room. The next room, okay.
We don't have anything against you. A lot has happened tonight. Being unable to hide one's shock under such conditions is normal for any human being. Thanks for all you did for us over these years. We're done here now. Let us hurry and find Frankie. Why you? Luffy and Zoro bust through a wall and a door. Luffy and Zoro bust through a wall and a door. Luffy and Zoro easily bust through a door and wall. I'm not gonna lie, Rob Lucci throughout all of this, meddlers. Rob Lucci throughout all of this honestly seems like a fucking badass. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Everything that he does here, like the fit, the look, just talking through it, the deduction skills, like, damn. I ain't gonna lie. Rob Lucci kind of goes hard here. He kind of does, simply goes hard. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Who wins injured, East Blue Zoro or hybrid rooftop? Hybrid rooftop Kaido or East Blue Zoro? I don't know, man. Zoro did a lot of things in East Blue. He's pretty damn tough. He even challenged Mihawk. Zoro even earned Mihawk's respect. There's probably an argument to be made that, like, he could unironically. All right. That's a timeout, dude. Don't be gross. Don't. Listen, I get you're trying to be like a rage baiter and you're trying to like say funny things and oh man, I'm the guy that like says all the crazy things. Don't do that, dude. Come on now. Please don't. Let's have some class here too. Robin, I finally found you. Hey, where the heck have you been? I'm so glad I got to see you again. What's wrong? Well, Straw Hat. Who would have thought that you would show up here of all times? What's going on here, Paulie, you idiot? Why didn't you run? Paulie, you idiot, why didn't you run? What's going on here? It almost looks like... Are you guys the ones trying to assassinate him? Why are you dressed like that? Hey, Khalifa, Bluno, Kaku, Lucci. This must be some kind of a joke. That's right, they're the shipwrights. Who were with you? The guy with the pigeon? Right. So he saw was the verse. I recognize the square nose guy. No way. You mean the assassins... You mean the assassin was somebody inside the organization? Polly, the truth is, we work for the government intelligence. If we apologize, you'll forgive us, won't you? All those days we spent together building ships from dawn till dusk. We've been comrades. I know this is sudden and you may not believe us. So should I smash it in Iceberg's face to prove it? Quit messing with me. That's enough. The voice I just heard coming from the guy with the bull mask, it was your voice. Why you? All this time you could talk just fine. I'll teach you to make fun of me. Pipe, hitch, knives. Oh man, he's just throwing knives at them. Weave, finger pistol. Haven't you learned your lesson yet, Polly? Hey, rope guy, why would you guys, yeah? Don't try to tough it out. It's pointless to resist. We're trained in an art that goes beyond anything you can imagine. A martial art which at the culmination of training makes the human body equal to a weapon. The 6 powers. Polly attacks Lucci, who hard blitzes and takes him down with finger pistol. Negative Awaken Kaido and Wano. Almost cried at that scene. I did too. Timeout. Live streams techniques quite advanced, but I'd adapt. That's crazy. Little bro. Live streams technique is quite advanced, but I'd adapt. That's crazy. Negative. Is crazy. Yeah, negative. Cuckoo! Yeah. The bird, right? The bird guy. The bird. Yeah. Pigeon guy. Better stop, cuckoo, better stop that. All you do is gamble. Idiot, I was lucky today. That's why I've been buying you drinks, remember? Bluno, booze. Give me booze. Damn, that sucks. Khalifa, you hussy, wearing clothes like that. Stop it, Kaku. If it bothers you, just don't look. Yo, that's gotta hurt hard, man. Can you use finger pistol for freaky stuff if your partner is durable enough? Shoving a finger at someone with the force and speed of it to be a bullet, I think... I don't know, man. I don't know, Aster. Dude, I don't know, man. With finger pistol, he states that the 6 powers training
turns the human body into a weapon. Rokushiki is based on hand-to-hand, is the based hand-to-hand combat I've ever seen. Do you mean like it's the most based hand-to-hand combat you've ever seen? I feel so bad too, because it's like they really were friends for like a long time, or at least they were chill. Well, never mind. Unfortunately, my friend, you were going to be eliminated anyway. Lucci, you dirty, stop it! Iron body, okay. Lucci catches a kick from Luffy and then tanks an entire Gatling. You got any manga or anime recommendations? What am I reading right now? I'm not reading a lot lately. Probably Kaiju number 8. Probably, let's see. You could try, honestly, if you want to see something that's a bit more low to the ground and just regular stuff, I'd say Kengan Asura and Kengan Omega. They're pretty good, like, combat series. They really do go in-depth into, like, different forms of fighting styles. I'd probably recommend that. I'd probably recommend Blue Lock if you want a bit of a sports anime that has, like, a different take on things. Let's see, JJK, but Kagurabachi. I'd actually recommend Kagurabachi. I think it's pretty good. Gachakuda was also pretty interesting. I think you could probably check that one out. There's a couple. Sakamoto Days. Sakamoto Days is pretty good from my understanding. Would require some IQ, some level of IQ. It's not automatic. Adjusting stats. Again, you say things, but you don't have anything to back it up. Low key, considering the direction in this world, I'm appreciating more and more girls that would unironically end my life. Yo, you gotta stop with that talk, dude. You gotta stop with that self-deprecated talk. Six powers are better than Sage of Six Paths. No, I wouldn't say they're better than the Sage of Six Paths per se, but yeah. It's not affecting him at all. Luffy says it doesn't affect him at all. Luffy says it doesn't affect him at all. Okay, it's time to go berserk. Okay, bye Femtos. Cool. Shave, blitzed, perception blitz, and hard. Lucci uses shave to hard blitz Luffy and pistols him and FPs him. FPs finger pistols Luffy in the neck, stating if he weren't rubber, he'd be dead. The Sage of the Six Bolts is the only way Naruto could win against Luffy and his supreme ramen jutsu. If you get one of the Sage of Six Paths abilities, which one would you choose? The animal path, the Asura path, just because it's extra hands and arms. Animal, Asura, or Deva path. I like all of them. I like the Deva path is the gravitational path. The Asura path is the weapons and extra arms path, and the animal path, I mean, I think you can kind of figure out which one. I've watched Naruto. I crave the fuck out of the ramen. Yeah, me too. Me too, Dalton. Shit looks absolutely peak. If you were normal, you'd have a hole in your neck. You'd have died instantly, Rubber Man. What are you doing, Straw Hat? Are you planning to kill this guy, right? You built ships together, didn't you? Until a while ago, yes. Everything's different now. So you're really a traitor? Fine then. All I know is I made a promise. I promised this guy we'd thrash whoever was trying to kill the ice guy. Why are you taking Paulie's side? Because I've got business with you two.
Be with you too. Hey, Robin, what gives? Why are these guys? Why are you with these guys? If you want to tell us, leave me that. Tell me why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. These guys say that they're with the government. Why are you with them? You people don't listen, do you? I told the cook and the ship's doctor I was leaving. They didn't tell you? We told them, but I don't get why. Why, Robin? To make my wish come true. If I stay with you people, this wish will never be fulfilled. To accomplish my goals, I will make any sacrifice. You go as far as to frame your friends or for murder? What is this wish of yours? I don't need to tell you that. That woman, she's not sane. Are you crazy, Nico Robin? Do you understand what it is you're trying to do? I didn't ask for your opinion, Iceberg. Now be quiet. Mr. Iceberg, don't get in the way. What are you doing? Are you serious? What's happening? Are you really our enemy now, Robin? There's a fadmonger model used the osteopath to turn his arms into a chain, so it's pretty hype. Nice. Sounds cool. It's become a circular argument. I take Obito's Kamui over any OP Devil Fruit. You really take a Kamui over a Devil Fruit? I take Room. I just straight up take the OP no Mi. I'm not gonna lie, Water 7 / Enies Lobby Lucci might be the cleanest guy in One Piece in terms of drip. You're not wrong about that. Listen, you cannot go wrong with a black suit, a full black suit with a white tie and rolled up sleeves. The top hat, I'm not gonna lie, I would make the top hat kind of work too. I would do my best to make the top hat work. Damn. I'm sorry you have to break up with this happy reunion, but there's a person of some importance we must find right now. We're in a hurry. We have no business in this mansion and absolutely no more fuss. Khalifa, how long do we have left? 2 minutes. This is a bit sudden, but in 2 minutes the mansion will go up a ball in flames. Fire is such an effective method for erasing all evidence. If you'd rather not burn to death, I'd hurry up and leave the mansion. The following fight happens. Everything in the next few... Everything that happens from here on out occurs in 2 minutes. The pigeon carries the fit. The pigeon does kind of help carry the fit, I'm not gonna lie. The pigeon is also part of the drip? Come on now. I feel like I would really need a combat-oriented powers as much in real life, but having Gear 5 would be peak simply because I could fly and literally bounce around the world like a trampoline. That'd be pretty fun too. You'd also have to be like faster than light and like way too powerful in order to have Gear 5 anyway, so yeah, you'd probably just be running over, you'd basically be able to go anywhere around the planet. Give me a Kaino's Devil Fruit and I will cook with this power better than he can comprehend. He can ever comprehend. What are you going to do with those powers? Like, okay, you guys get those Devil Fruit powers, sure, but like, what exactly are you going to do with them, right? Because I feel like you saying a Kainu's Devil Fruit kind of implies that like you're going to do something that a Kainu probably wouldn't do without a good reason. It kind of scares me, because like there's kind of no... Listen, there's no like... way you can use a magma fruit in any way that isn't for the sheer scale of destruction. I'm gonna be honest with you. Assuming you can get by us. Looks like they plan to get rid of us. Our friend Nico Robin has clearly chosen her side. Luffy, now do you understand that Robin's left the ship? I don't buy it. Very well, soon. The flames will rise up from the first floor and incinerate everyone in the building. Well, the culprits are pirates after all. These things do happen. You monsters assuming false identities to get whatever you want is seriously in poor taste. Crocodile has dripping sauce. He went out of his way to fetch back his fit before doing anything and impel down. That is also true. The fan manga had a fight between Madara and Ishiki. It is pretty unrealistic that Madara would send a chance against Ishiki, but they go out of their way to nerf Ishiki, and it was well choreographed. Nice. Your reputation was tarnished already. I doubt you'll be inconvenienced much. I'll leap first then. Right, you fulfilled your role. Good work. Wait, Robin, I won't leave you like this. Okay, goodbye. Robin, don't let her go. Don't let Nico Robin. Where are you going? We finally found you, and now you're just gonna move it. Iron Body. Luffy kicks Bluno in the face, and he did 0 damage.
Damn it, how come nothing I do to these guys even phases them? Their body, the training we've undergone has tempered our bodies to the point of being tough as iron shells. We did 0 damage. Their bodies are as tough as iron shells. I told you to move it. Paper art, harmless though they are. I'm not going to sit back and take your beatings. Baluna. He then dodges Luffy completely through paper art. The thumbnail to the stream made me think Usopp was holding something special. That's funny. Peter Pewter. Nice. Nice name. Alrighty, on. I head out for lunch. Have a great week, man. Have a good rest of your week, too, dude. Have a good one, man. Okay. Wait. He's not taking any of these hits, though. He's humongous. He's fluttering around like paper. Through paper arts. He's fluttering around like paper. Why you gum bullet shave? Shave allows him to perception blitz Luffy. Should be changed. There are much cooler cover arts. Yeah, but it kind of shows me like working on studying and stuff like that. How do you pick the thumbnail for the streams? I kind of go with what like kind of theme or whatever I'm kind of like centered around the stream. And this is the only one that I have that kind of shows like the Straw Hats, you know, kind of meditating, studying. What's your least favorite mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh? And what's your favorite? I know it's not a mechanic, but I would say floodgates in general. I would say probably floodgates. I don't know. I just hate floodgates in general. Like static, lingering effects that just... again, not mechanics, but lingering effects that essentially you have to like deal with for the entire turn. They're just not fun to deal with under any circumstance. It's like... I don't know, man. I guess in terms of like a summoning mechanic, if you're asking me for like summoning mechanics specifically, though... I don't like pendulum summoning, but not because it's complicated, just because it's like, I don't know. It felt like, I don't like the whole extra deck, top of the extra deck mechanic that they added for like pendulums. I just don't like that portion of it. I feel like it adds a layer of complexity to the deck that's not really worth it. I do like Xyz monsters, I do like synchro monsters. I'd probably say synchro is my favorite summoning mechanic. And link summoning, I do respect link summoning a lot more now, after seeing years and years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Mechanics. And Synchro Summoning, yeah, it's my favorite. I'd probably say Synchro or Link Summoning. I do like both of them. That's kind of the reasons why I like Yummy so much. But Yummy as a whole, there's just no way of playing it at full power in Master Duel since they just nerfed it. And I would honestly play, especially since they nerfed it through the Obedience Schooled banning. Like, the one thing that kept the deck... I don't know, man. I just think that the one thing that, like, legitimately kept the deck, you know... kind of balanced, you know what I mean? By essentially limiting it to only like beast monsters. It just I don't like decks that like just like essentially spam summon and just scale up and up and up and up until you get to like a big Link 4 or Link 5 like Cyber's decks. And I don't like decks that, you know, it's all just do the combo once. There's no recurse. I love pendulums and hate links. That's fine. I get why people hate links, especially because of the way that, like, they originally, like, warped the game around themselves through Master Rule, what was it, 3? But then they fixed it with Master Rule 4, so I kind of got rid of my only issue for links. I do like the Pendulum deck DDD. It's probably, like, my favorite Pendulum deck, but even then, I don't know, man. Paper Art is hella underused. I only remember Bluno here and Stussy on Egghead using it. Paper Art is pretty damn good. It's basically just a maneuver ability. It's just a... evasive ability. It's not really meant for like combat purposes as far as well, combat purposes unless you're going for like a blitz, let's say. What's your favorite deck, by the way, One Smart? What is your favorite deck? I never asked. I don't think I ever asked that, or if I did, I don't remember. If that's the case, I'm sorry. He disappeared. Perception Blitz Luffy. Perception Blitz Luffy. He even says he disappeared. I miss OG pendulum zones. I don't, man. Fuck the OG pendulum zones. Just made the mechanic way too overpowered. What jutsu you think Luffy would pick if he was in Naruto? Definitely not the fireball jutsu. Probably, honestly, Luffy would probably do like the shadow clone jutsu. Or the transformation jutsu. I feel like those would be like jutsus that like Luffy would be like, holy crap, I can just transform? That's awesome, yeah. He disappeared. Bluno adds that he moved faster than his eyes could see. His eyes could see. Moonwalk. Also, Choji's expansion jutsu, you're out of your mind. The Choji gear... I don't know if he really needs it, though. Like, why would he need Choji's expansion jutsu when he can already do that on his own? I feel like that would be kind of like a waste of Luffy to learn, you know what I mean? Moonwalk also move through Moonwalk. I'll just type Moonwalk. I know what this is. Through Moonwalk, he also evades a second attack and states that their leg strength allows them to kick off the air like cushions. Shadow Clone sounds crazy. Yeah, Shadow Clone Luffy does sound crazy. Kaku and Khalifa both Tempest kick Luffy away through an off guard. Luffy riding on Kirin. That's what I'm saying. Like, Sasuke, unironically, just has a terrible matchup against Luffy. Sasuke consistently has a terrible matchup against Luffy. You have to basically assume that Sasuke does, like, everything in his power to, like, essentially gravitational pull Luffy in, and even then, Luffy just has to grab the ground. Like, you could say, well, Kakashi couldn't pull himself back even from, like, universal pull, but it's like... I mean, is Kakashi physically as strong as Luffy? I don't think so. It's one of those things where it's like, you have to just no limits fallacy the universal pull, and even if you think that he pulled Luffy and he does like the, what was it? And even if he does, I don't know, that Amaterasu field that he did around himself to try and kill Naruto, you can just argue Luffy just weaves around it with Future Sight. Especially when Luffy in character does just push his head out of the way, his head or body out of the way multiple times against many opponents. A cutting attack? Get down, you two. Zoro perceives the attack as Luffy is hit and tells the Straw Hats to duck before it catches them too. They split the entirety of the wall behind Luffy. Fluffles are my favorite. Performapals are my second. Did you ever play Pepe? Performapal Performage? I heard that Performage got like some new support. Luffy, they did just cut the wall with a kick. With a swift enough kick, it's possible to create a devastating wind scythe. With a swift enough kick, it's possible to create a wind scythe. This is called Tempest Kick. We met on the ship, didn't we, Romanoa? You weren't a real shipwright. Wait, don't tell me your assessment of the ship. Unfortunately for you, my assessment was given in all seriousness. That is unfortunate. Chung chung chung.
Don't go, Robin. Our conversation is over. No, it's over. I won't be seeing you again. Robin. Clack. Knocks back. Luffy, hurry. Grab Robin. Boruto, you're taking your eyes off your opponent in a fight. You must be pretty confident. Finger pistol. Zoro fights Kaku. Zoro fights Kaku and splits his shipwright tool. Kaku evades and takes a free shot at Zoro when he's slightly distracted. He lands a triple finger pistol, including one hit to the area where Zoro's heart is. Okay, let's see. You don't need a bullet to puncture a human body. Last modulo was Dookie. I don't know if you've seen it. Nope, I have not seen it. Nico Robin. Lucci is holding Luffy by his face, and Luffy's punches aren't phasing him. It was a Z, right? Phasing him, right? Alright. Curse you. What are you people? We are far beyond ordinary humans. Phasing him. He then throws Luffy to the side like trash. We are far beyond ordinary humans. Those of us in CP9 have been training for as long as we can remember. Lucci states they are far beyond ordinary humans. Lucci states they are far beyond ordinary humans. They've overcome the limits. They have overcome the limits. They have overcome the limits of the human body through training. We gain superhuman fighting skills. Okay. They have superhuman fighting skills. But now you must be fully aware of the difference. You just had a thought, well, on our kitchen, making a quesadilla, nice. How do you think the no-touch effect of advanced armament hockey would interact with Gojo's Infinity, considering that it's intangible and... well, it's not spiritual in nature, but it's kind of a weird case, because it's just one of these things that you either have to believe, right? There's no way to, like, properly tell what exactly goes through or not when it comes to, like, you know... Gojo's Infinity, just because it's like, for example, Sukuna slashes. Haki's an invisible energy. Sukuna slashes are invisible, yet Sukuna never tries to shoot out slashes at Gojo specifically because the slashes would never reach him. It'd just be a waste of energy. So it kind of like puts up in perspective of like Gojo's Infinity works by targeting an object's mass, its speed, and how much cursed energy it has in order to slow it down to the point where it feels like it's slowing down to a crawl. It's not a dumb question per se. It's actually a very difficult question to answer in general. It's a good question, actually, Dalton, just to be clear. But, it kind of just boils down to what you're willing to believe, right? Unless you get an actual statement from Gege Akutami or Oda saying, like... Well, specifically Gege, because it's their power system saying, like, well, okay, so...
Haki is an invisible force, but it does have mass. We know that it has mass, at least when using the Advanced Conqueror's application, because we know for a fact that Roger and Garp specifically state something along the lines of, let me just pull it up real quick. Because we know that Roger and Garp make the statement. They make the statement that hitting rocks, he has like a lot of mass to his attacks, which means that Advanced Conqueror's Haki does apply a certain level of mass to an object when hitting them, right? Let's see. You hear that? Yeah, please kill me. They're hitting. We'll be back. Hey, rocks, you got it. You're in the way. Hate to break it to you, etc., etc. Okay, first of all, hey, it comes all down to mass. Wait, no, right here. Hey, if you're gonna quit the Marines, why don't you join us? Watch out for the little guy. It all comes to mass, doesn't it, Garp? Mass, what do you mean? First of all, Color of Armament is a power that doesn't yield to Devil Fruits, and on top of that, I was wreathed in Color of Supreme Kings. There's no way it couldn't have hurt him. Yeah, but he was guarding with Supreme King too, so they cancel out. Exactly my point. There's no damage unless we surpass that. If it's all down to who wears out first, we'll lose. There's no way to keep out away a monster like that thing. Okay, so you want to hit him with a critical mass of Supreme King Haki. So there's an argument to be made. Is unpenetrable unless it's hit by a Haki coded attack. Do you think Armament Haki is impenetrable unless he's... No, I don't think it's impenetrable per se. You can overpower Armament Haki with raw brute strength. We kind of do see it with Luffy, right? You can overpower any level of advanced armament or of armament Haki in general through brute strength alone. We see that with Luffy when he's fighting the Boa sisters, right? It's not like Limbo in the sense that like you need Haki to beat Haki. You just need either a massive amount more brute force than the Haki that you're dealing with, or you need to have, basically a power that just completely overpowers it. It all, like he says, it all comes down to a level of mass at the end of the day. Don't even think about whatever stamina you'd need after that. In that case, you're saying we don't come back from this alive. If we can pull this off, all three of us will be down for a count. But if we miss, we're done for. Listen up, Rocks. I don't know what I can say to console you. I don't know what happened to you either. But there's one thing I do recognize. I recognize your sorrow. Don't cry, you idiot. God of Fire, Infinitum, Ace, Explosion, yeah. Yeah, they literally had to blast him away with so much Conqueror's Haki that his body had to basically get destroyed. Yeah. Or they, like, wreathed him away of, like, all of his power. Will I leave this island alive? Nope. Thanks. Yeah, no, they kill him right there. One thing, I'm glad you stopped me. Thanks, yeah. They couldn't actually, like, wipe out, they couldn't, like, kill him, but they could at least wipe out that power out of him. Yeah, they just had to wipe him out with a fuck ton of Haki. Yo, whenever this gets made in the anime, holy fuck are we in for a treat. I'm just saying. Anyway, back to this. The government's most elite fighting force, and you, a mere band of pirates. Of course, the full extent of our powers is classified. Strictly need to know basis. A scum like you would never qualify. It'd be painful between the four of us. Lucci, the ignition device is about to detonate. Okay. The ignition device is about to detonate. The ignition device is about to detonate, and Lucci shows the Straw Hats that he has a Zoan Devil Fruit. By any chance this comes, but a chance like this may not come again. Why don't I show you something interesting as this draws to an end? Hey, everybody wake up. No way, the headquarters building is on fire. Is it the work of those pirates? It's too big. We'll never put it out. Evacuate, evacuate. What's that on the 3rd floor? What about Mr. Iceberg? Let's find out. We can't leave him behind. To Mr. Iceberg's room. Lucci, what the heck are you? Oh no, sounds as though the fire has begun to spread. A devil fruit? What kind of a devil fruit? A cat fruit. Leopard model. Leopard? He's huge. Yeah. I played Performer Pal Odd Eyes, no extra deck, and Performer Pal Pendulum Magicians. I didn't play Pepe, but that emergency ban list hit like a truck. Yeah, that emergency ban list was really some bullshit. Scott Curry's Armament Haki negate Luffy's Armament Haki since Luffy's hurt by punching. Yeah, his Armament Haki is at such a higher level than Luffy that it literally hurts him to punch Or at least clash with Katakuri's power mochi. But by now, Luffy's armament haki should be way greater than even his power mochi. Lucci, the workers are on their way. Don't worry, they'll never make it this far. Tempest kick. Huh? Were they casual? Wait, the ceiling is about to collapse. Yeah. Were they simple? With a single tempest kick. More like El Leopardo more than El Tigre, but yeah. With a single tempest kick, Lucci caves the entirety of the mansion. With a simple tempest kick, and splits the entirety upper half, the entirety of the mansion, caves in the entirety of the mansion's ceiling and roof. Chopper, get out of the wall. Get away from the wall. Nya. Chopper gets crushed by some of the rubble. Chopper gets crushed under some of the rubble. Chopper, Polly, what are you doing? I'm not leaving you here. Boss is insane. How badly you're wounded. How are you going to manage? Stop this, Polly. Even after all you've done, deep down inside, I feel like we're still comrades. The feeling's not mutual. Pigeon guy. Luffy off guards Lucci and does draw some blood, but Lucci stabs him with an FP. You know, Yu-Gi-Oh became broken with when Dragoon gets unbanned. Wait, Dragoon? Oh, Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. Red Eye's Dark Dragoon is a monster that loses to so many things. It's just that a lot of decks in general do have some level of targeting destruction or destructive effects. It's essentially just a single negate on a non-targeting, non-destruction body. It's annoying as fuck to deal with. And I'm not even gonna lie, there are games where I just scoop up to it, but it's not the worst thing in the game, right? It's not even the most powerful boss monster out there. But I will say I do hate the card. I hate that the card is so easily made. Like, any deck that plays Verte Anaconda, I just automatically just think, yeah, no, you're a no-skill loser. Like, I'm sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game where, like, most of the time I will go out of my way. It was banned because it was unstoppable, and now it's not even the top 10 most cheese anymore. Yeah. It's, I don't know, Dragoon is one of those cards, like, if I see it in a deck, I just think, yeah, this person just doesn't have any skill. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just one of those games that is just so easy to think so little of your opponent for the cards that they play. It's not even funny. I really hate Yu-Gi-Oh! I love Yu-Gi-Oh! But I also hate what the game allows you to do sometimes, man. Especially when it comes to floodgates. If I see anyone ever play with a floodgate deck, I just automatically think, you know what, you're just not good at the game. There's just no way I can even remotely believe. You could be one of the best players in the world. You could be a YCS champion. I would still say you're a bad player just for using that shit. It's a really salty game. I don't know, man. Like, I want to love Yu-Gi-Oh! I want to play it more often, but it's just a game that's just designed around you feeling bad. You just need a certain kind of mentality of, like, it just genuinely, like, winning does not mean anything under any circumstance to you. I don't know, man. It just hurts. Yu-Gi-Oh! Just hurts to play sometimes. Even sometimes in Master Duel, when I'm thinking, like, oh, this deck that I'm playing is kind of fun and everything, it's just like, man, fuck. I can't get anywhere because they have, like, 50,000 interactions and I just can't do anything, man. Or when you're playing against Tenpai, and every single time you play against Tenpai, it's critical mass isn't literal mass, it means a tipping point. I mean, you can interpret it as such, you know? You can interpret it that way. Cripes can't be... Did you get it? Everybody out. I mean, they say it comes down to mass. I don't know, man. I'm willing to say that there is a level of mass that happens to exist when it comes to Conqueror's Hockey.
Did you get everybody out? I don't know, but it's too hot to go back. Did you ever play chess? No, I don't like chess. Chess is probably one of the most perfect games out there because information is objective to both players. I saw a video one time that explained like what a perfect game is, and a perfect game is essentially a game where both players have raw information about everything that the other can do, and it just all comes down to, and it all just genuinely comes down to skill. I don't personally care about chess though, because the game is like, I don't know, it's boring. I find chess to be kind of boring. Although I will say I am bad at it though. But these are not mutually... Both of them are not mutually conclusive to one another, right? Like, I can be bad at the game, and I can also think that the game is boring. There comes to a point in chess where, like... I think my biggest issue with chess is that there always comes a point within the middle of, like a back and forth with somebody, where, like, somebody just has to make the first move for everything to, like... For, like... Let me step back. There usually comes in a lot of games, especially that I played regarding chess, where the game essentially boils down to like, okay, well now we're both at a point where like we're just gonna have to start taking each other's pieces. We both moved up our pieces. We have to start taking things out, and yet to me it always just boils down to like that being the most boring point of the game, where it's like, all right, shit, nobody wants to make a move, so one of us is just gonna have to make it, and from there on out, it's really just who takes each other's shit first. It is fun, but I suck at games with time limits. I don't know anything about a time limit. I've never played chess with a time limit. But everybody out. I've seen Iceberg. He's got to be safe. There are 3 foremen with him and Paulie. I refuse to believe that 3 brave men like that would let him die in the fire. Girl from the upper story. She's under the storm. There's no doubt about her. Arrest her later. No one will accept the word of pirates as evidence. The incident will fade into darkness. Mr. Iceberg, have you been a brilliant master shipbuilder and a mayor of a great city? But no ordinary citizen can defy the will of the world government. Let's go. We have to recover the blueprints from Tom's other disciple. Frankie, no, Cuddy Flam. Chess is a solved game. Gotta wait for an update to really dive back in. Oh, yeah, we need an update. We need, like, another patch notes. We're still waiting for the update. We're still waiting for the patch notes. It's kind of crazy, man. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, real talk. Like, let's be real about this real quick, right? Let's be just as honest with each other about this as possible. Jozu launches an iceberg at the Shinobi Alliance. What happens? They literally don't do anything. They literally don't do anything. I don't know, man. The meteors look big, but it's only as big as the perfect Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo is only as big as Kurama. Full-size Kurama, and full-size Kurama is nowhere near 4 to 5 times bigger than its actual... Than half of Kurama. It's just nowhere near 4 to 5 times bigger than actual Kurama. It's just not. There's just no... Like, Gamabunta's head is almost as big as full-size Kurama's head. Dude. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to say to that. It's like, the meteor has to be at best 60 meters tall. And the iceberg that Jozu threw is dwarfing giants that are anywhere between 17 to 22 meters tall, depending on how big you think they are in comparison to Dory or Bragi. And the average giant is about 17 meters tall. I don't know, man. I just don't know. It's like, yeah, Jozu literally picks up that iceberg and tosses it at the Alliance. They actually lose to that. Granny, that fire is intense. The Galila, they do something awful, don't they? Yeah. I don't know. That said, the city's had bad mojo for some time now. I do hope Iceberg's alright, but he's been hiding things that don't belong in this or any world. Bluno, Frankie was at your bar. Yeah, but he rushed out and searched for the Straw Hats. I guess we'll have to search the city then. Okay. It seems we caught a lucky break. Look, listen, Straw Hat, we have long nose. I play online, but without a time limit or with a long time is impossible because if people are losing, they just waste time till you quit. Oh, so you like to play online? That's interesting. I know that there's like a very big community for chess. I remember watching some. If you guys are ever interested, I remember watching some like chess scandals that were happening with like Hikaru, whatever the fuck his name was. He was barely supposed to be like one of like the better chess players in the world, and like he just absolutely I think it was something along with like him and like him calling other people out for cheating whenever he lost, something like that. Bajirang versus the entire third Shinobi War, who would win? Oh, the Bajirang. What's good, Thine? How you been, man? Long nose, we have long nose. That's right. If you don't want us to think you like emotion, idiot. That's not right. On ice cream. You stink at memorizing stuff. Who cares about that? Straw Hat's gonna kick our butts when he gets back. If you don't sink him into the ocean, come to the warehouse under the bridge from Frankie. That's how it's done, people. Show yourself, Straw Hat, right? Now, the long-nosed jerk is probably getting his face rearranged by Frankie in the workhouse. After what you lot did to our base, Frankie sure as heck ain't pulling his punches. Who did you say was waiting for who and where? What are you? Who are you? Don't you know? If you want to live, then you have 3 seconds to answer. Where is this warehouse under the bridge? Frankie is there, correct? Uh-huh. Who's there when the iceberg is thrown? Onoki and Gaara stop it. I mean, they barely stopped one meteor that should be smaller than the iceberg that was dropped. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're stopping I don't think they're stopping an iceberg that is way larger than the one that they already barely stopped. Versus Horty's army. Horty literally cuts through the Shinobi Alliance like butter. Not even funny. It's not even funny. He quite literally cuts through the Shinobi Alliance like butter. Frankie's crew had it rough for the last few days during this arc. For the last day and a half. What do you mean? Last day and a half. They've been here for exactly 2 days. This would be like the mark of the this would be like the end of the second day. This is basically the evening of the second day. I was thinking at the same point as Madara's dropping his meteor inspired by Eon's post. Yeah. People say that the Madara's meteor looks bigger just because it looks bigger, but it does. It is not that big. It is like less than 60 meters tall. Honestly, both meteors are less than 60 meters tall. Remember, we're comparing one meteor stacked on top of the other meteor, and the Susanoo is taller than the second meteor that is on top of the first meteor that's caved in, which means it's slightly taller than it already is. We're talking about two meteors that are each less than 60 meters tall. I think I remember seeing a calc that put Madara's meteor pulling at like 600 times the speed of light. Yeah, if he actually ripped it out of the sky. Imagine thinking that Madara can put a meteor out of the sky 600 times faster than the speed of light with no actual evidence to go off of. It's too much. Oh man, you're breaking my heart. You actually split from your friends you traveled with from the East Blue over a ship? Why are you people crying? Idiot, I ain't crying. Listen here, Straw Hat. A breakup like that deserves a song. I call it Split Among Friends, North Wind Chop.
Rocket, bro.
Are you making fun of me? Are you guys making fun of me? I gotta work on my Usopp voice. I think I could probably do a decent Usopp. Oh, come on. Oh, come on now, guys. Come on, Luffy. Come on, Luffy. Yeah, I gotta... Why are you people crying? No, I can't do an Usopp. I think my voice is too deep to pull off Usopp. I've cried so much I'm exhausted. Not that I was crying. Here, bro, have some tea. It's sort of hot. I ain't teasing. You're a cool brother. That stuff's boiling. Settle down, will you? Ah, damn, I can't do Usopp. So I guess you're pretty mad about the 200 million that we stole, huh? Not to mention the major beatdown we gave you. What happened happened. What happened. There's no point in holding a grudge. That's real decent of you. Although I should tell you about that 200 million. Huh? We used it all up. I'll kill you. Ah, damn. I will kill you. Yo, Usopp threatening people is crazy. Chill down, man. No need to get cranky. Look, I'll show you that I can be a real man too. As of now, I'm cleaning the slate. Sure, I wiped out your crew's fortune, but don't forget we destroyed my sweet home and dismantled my dismantling factory, the Frankie house, and wiped out most of my underlings. You jerks are gonna pay for what you did! You jerks are gonna pay big time for what you did! Yeah, Usopp spared Frankie, that's what I'm saying. Bro, there's that rage problem again. By the way, this rage problem kind of goes away when Frankie joins the Straw Hats. Has anybody noticed? Frankie doesn't seem to crash out as much as this when he's joined the Straw Hats. All of which is to say, we should both sink our rage about this thing, brother. Call it Hannah Banana and shake hands on it. You mean even Steven. Yeah, it's even Steven, bro. So what are you gonna do?
If you don't got a place to go, you can stay here. You can be my underling. I've taken a liking to you. No way. No way. I don't plan to become a ship demolisher. I may have quit my crew, but I'm still a pirate. What? You inspired a new one. Have a listen. I call it the Pirate's Code. You can take out his anger on other pirates. That's what I'm saying. Play it, bro. Come on, seriously. Are you people making fun of me? Is it true that there's a high tide? Aqua Lagona, that's what they call it around here. The sidewalks and the back alleys are flooded already. Normally, the sea comes to the second floor houses. If you're in the back of the alleys or out in the Cape, you wouldn't last a minute. But since your ship's here, you can relax. Thanks, you saved me. Shut up, I don't want your thanks. It must be rough getting flooded like this every year. Well, this isn't a once a year. This is just once a year, and everyone's used to clearing out. What really worries the town is that the ocean levels keep rising every year. It rises every year? Yeah. You'd see if you dive down to the ocean floor, but the back alleys you see above water now are built on the rooftops of the old town, that one from several hundred years ago. Jesus. So this is where water 7's basically built up of these houses, so it's like usually up to like here. Yeah, so the sea levels had to have risen several meters. You can take out his angry. What do you think about Shanks' evil twin plot twist? It's kind of corny to have an evil twin, Shanks. Shanks has just the guy of the series, the guy that we've been waiting for this whole time, the guy that's supposed to be be an inkling of when One Piece is meant to end. Yeah, that guy, for whatever reason, just has an evil twin. 1 second, guys. I'll be back. Yeah, it makes sense, but it's kind of corny. I think it is corny. Yeah, I think it's corny too. One thing I like about my goat Luffy is that he keeps the same energy. He didn't forgive Frankie until later on, while Naruto and Ichigo forgives the ops immediately. Yeah. I think Luffy has an interesting way of going about things because he does, by the way, if you guys hear anything, that's me. I got another strawberry popsicle. I think it's one of those cases where it's like you have to kind of show some level of remorse and not just saying like, oh yeah, you tried to kill me, my friends, etc. We had a big beef. You stole our money. You did all of this XYZ. But you know what? I could forgive you. Like big back, dude. I don't even weigh, dude. Actually, how much do I weigh? I think last time I weighed I got weighed at like the doctors. They were like 170. How the fuck am I a big back? I can't have a strawberry popsicle. Can't have, flavored ice. What's wrong with you? What's up, Julio? How you been, man? Way back in the past, the shipbuilding island, and the back alleys were one complete island. Now the ocean's risen to the point where we're called the water metropolis, and all the sidewalks have become canals. More accurately, it isn't even the sea level rising; it's that the island is sinking. In a few more decades, the town will be completely unlivable. Whoa! I never imagined that such a grim fate over such a beautiful water metropolis. But when you get to that point, you can just take out the sea. You can just take the sea train, move elsewhere. Yeah, you could do that, couldn't you? At least you can now. But before the creation of the sea train, because the waters around here are so rough, it was almost impossible to even make trips between islands. Celine from FT, cough cough. That's crazy. It used to be folks on Water 7 lived in fear that the next high tide would be the one that wiped them out, and what got rid of that sense of unease was the sea train puffing Tom. Now you don't even need a log. Anyone can ride the sea train anytime they want. It's like a miracle, All that was made possible by the sea train and the genius shipwright Tom, named Tom. Okay. Bro, save me. I will tell your bro hello for us. We've got his location. Let's go.
So my new brother getting down to business. What are you doing fixing that ship? Obviously, we're destined for even more adventures. And someday I'll go back to East Blue, my hometown. We won't have circled the globe, but the ship's been to the Grand Line and back. It'll be close enough to qualify as a triumphant return. I'll be able to hold my head high and... No, you won't be able to go back. Not to the East Blue. It's too far. What's the most you eating in a day? I usually have, like, two breakfast burrito wraps that I usually make. Just a little bit of cheese, chicken, and any, like, leftovers that I got. They're usually pretty small, too. Then I usually have lunch around 6 p.m., 6, 7 p.m. 6, 7. Anyway, usually have, like, lunch around that time. And it's usually just, like, a plate full of rice with, like, some chicken or some beef or whatever. Whatever I have either cooked up or somebody's made. And I basically just have like a snack or two around midnight. Maybe like a popsicle, or maybe I have like, I don't know. Maybe like a popsicle, maybe some candy. Like just something that I have like lying around just to kill like my munchies, so to speak. I just like to have like a little snack at night. Sometimes I eat fruit. Wait, why was that peak dub impression of Frankie? Yeah, I could do a Frankie impression pretty good. When I hauled the ship up here, I got a good look at the thing. The ship's done for. Galila's assessment was correct. As a dismantler, I'd recommend you retire her to scrap. What are you saying? That's nonsense. I'll help you take the ship apart. Don't worry, I'll help you take the ship apart, brother. Yeah. Naruto gives out a beating before giving a path to atonement. Yep. Yeah, I usually have like some kind of a snack for dinner. I don't really like eat dinner. Apparently Prime Garp is what end of series Luffy without his devil fruit. Is that true? I mean, that's under the assumption that what's up Drago? That's under the assumption that Garp reached the pinnacle of the versus power and nobody is as powerful as he is, which I don't genuinely believe. I'm saying I'll help you dismantle your ship. That's not even funny. I'm not letting you near her. The Merry-Go is my ship. I ate 4,000 calories in one day, but I was on a bulk and I was 140 to 150 my whole life. But when I finally got up to 200 pounds, I feel great. I'm a little taller, so this is my ideal weight from 190 to 200. That's good, man. That's lovely for you. I know that muscle usually weighs more than fat. There was a time when I was going to the gym where I was actually like weighing about the same as I did when I was like a bit chubbier. And by chubby, I mean, honestly, just like a little bit of like I guess like not even really. I guess like I don't really have like many fat folds even around like my waist unless like I'm actively grabbing them. But I don't know, like the gym is just not for me, dude. I do not have the discipline to go to the gym. That's just my personal thing. It's boring as fuck. I've been thinking about doing it with my girlfriend though, because she also does wanna just lose a bit of weight. She does want to get a bit more fit, so I'm like, if it's with somebody else, I'll do it. If it's by myself, I'm not. I think he's referring to the future version of what Luffy Oda drew. What end of series Luffy without his devil fruit? I don't know if that's what they meant, but if they meant that, then yeah, I think that's a fair estimation. I think that's a good way to look at what Luffy's gonna end up shaping out to be. What are you gonna do after fixing that ship? You're planning to throw your life away into the sea along with the ship. I wasn't about to get in your way, but since you say that you want to go home to the East Blue in this clunker, I gotta speak up, brother. This ship won't even make it to the next shore. All ships, from simple skiffs to giant galleons, share a common maxim. I'll get you from this shore here to that shore there. A ship that can no longer fulfill that purpose. Stop, that isn't a ship! Oh, shit. Frankie rips out a portion of the Going Merry with his bare hand. Frankie rips out a portion of the Merry with his hand. Yay, what's good, Vinsmoke? Research is going good. The 60-year-old good timeline debate Oda drew. Yeah. If you're a true JJK fan, then how are you able to read right now? I'm not. I'm just looking at the images and suspecting what they're doing. You monster, get away from the ship. Why you little? Grabs Usopp. If you won't listen to reason, then take a good look. Usopp lights Frankie on fire, but it does nothing. And then he smashes Usopp into the water so he can see the Mary. Yeah. Let's see. Usopp picked an entire slab of wood. Usopp also picks up. Usopp picks up a large slab of the Marys. The Mary in his condition and places it back. It's probably not important for power scaling, but it is impressive to see that Usopp can still pull these things off in his condition. I'll fix you right away. Over and over as often as I have to. I'll fix you, okay? The keel snapped. The outer hull is slipped. The outer hull is slipped with that snapped keel at its center, and the ribs are falling to pieces too. A hull like that will fall apart little by little every time a wave hits her. You think a rank amateur like you can hold her together? I'm warning you, shut up. I don't want you telling me anything. I don't care if you're right. I'll send you flying if you don't shut up, your loudmouth hooligan. What was that? What was that? I already knew all that stuff. I knew the Mary was done for. I knew it. They just can't sustain it? Yeah, I definitely agree with you. When I heard the result of the assessment, it only confirmed what I knew since that day. At first, I thought it was a bad dream. I never thought something so crazy could happen, but one night when there shouldn't have been anyone on board, I heard the sound of someone hammering. The fog was thick, but I'm sure somebody was there. I didn't know who it was. The next morning, I discovered that some really lousy repairs had been made to the ship. But it's no longer a flying ship, huh? How did the guy who fixed our ship know that the Mary looked like originally? It was all very mysterious, but for some reason, those words stuck in my heart. I don't know if it said them or if I was just imagining it. It's all right. I'll carry everyone a little bit further. I know it sounds crazy, but I thought it might have been an incarnation of the Mary Go. Back then, I'm sure the ship was already at its limits, and I thought maybe it's appeared to just let us know that. You probably think I'm crazy. You don't actually believe me. I believe you. The guy had a wooden mallet and looked like a sailor, didn't he? Huh? How did you know? Well, brother, you saw a Clubotterman. Clubotterman. Clubotterman is a legend passed down among sailors, a sprite who lives only on ships that have been truly cared for and treated well. I guess you could call him an incarnation of the ship. He holds a wooden mallet in one hand and wears a sailor's raincoat, and when misfortune befalls a ship, he runs around and warns everyone. Sometimes they say he saves a sailor's lives, but to be honest, this is the first time for me. I've never heard of anyone who's seen him before. Have you ever had another example? Go to Zoro on Naruto, who got like 20 broken rib bones and still performed Asura. Yeah. Yeah. Zoro had several broken bones. The ship is grateful to its crew in proportion to how they felt, how well they've been treated. I bet the ship really wanted to get you lot to the other shore, whatever it took to get you there. In fact, that it cared about its crew so much that it took on a human shape for that night means that the ship must have been very happy indeed. Mary, I see then. So it really was you who came and talked to me that night, wasn't it, Mary? I honestly miss the days when manga and comics weren't afraid to be brainless comedy, meme gags, and just pure humor. Oh no! Oh, fuck. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't beat everything. Or has limits. And you still split from your crewmates. It isn't easy to be rational about something like that. Guys can be so stubborn. How stupid, yeah. Bro, sounds like we got visitors. Visitors, come on. Can't be anybody except Zombie and his men. Why would they go through the way when they come through the ocean side? Yeah. Yeah, they always use the upper entrance. Maybe they brought the Straw Hats. Oh, that's right. I forgot we used Longnose as bait to get your former comrades here. They won't come. We're not crewmates anymore. I told you that. Ding, ding. Why aren't they coming? Okay, okay, we're coming. It's a little late for that now. I fought a duel with the captain. Besides, we resolved the issue with the ship. So what's the resolve? If you know the ship won't sail anymore, it makes things a whole lot simpler. Leave her here with me. I'll dispose of her in a way that'll make you happy. That's what I was trying to do, but since it was obviously eating you up inside, I was going to bust the ship open for you. No one asked you to do that. This is my problem. Sure is. I'm saying I'll solve the problem for you and show some gratitude. Don't get it hard. Don't you get it? This is hard on the ship, too. Your merry-go like you people enough to appear in a human form, right? You think about it, you feel if your stubbornness caused it to sink in the middle of the ocean with all you on board. Do you really want to put this ship you love in that kind of position? I mean, come on, bro. You're saying that if you had a friend on his deathbed, you'd say, sorry, nothing I can do, and leave. See, you're changing the subject. I'm not changing it. This isn't that kind of situation. They get knocked back. Mozu. Damn, they really survived that shit. Frankie hasn't been missing for like 20 to 30 chapters. Frankie's been missing since like... Frankie's been missing for like 60 chapters, dude. This is still way too far back. It's still not even far back enough. How does Sengoku get in God Valley and Slave Children? How far does Sengoku get in God Valley and Slave Children Gauntlet? I'm not gonna lie. I don't even think Sengoku could beat those kids. Fucking fraud. God damn. We still... Whoa, where the fuck does Frankie show up? It's like Warriors, there are no longer any purebloods, but some still have traces of it in their history. In fact, Harold himself was very large and mighty. It was when he ripped out his horns. Mark of an ancient giant to him. Ancient giants were a reminder of an era of war. He had horns. When the fuck does Frankie show? When was the last time we saw Frankie again? It was like... I'm sucking on, the little bit, last bit of my, popsicle. Sorry about that, if the noise bothers you. Okay, so we haven't seen Frankie since chapter 1138. But you're making me feral? That food must be good as fuck. It's just a popsicle. It's just a strawberry popsicle. It just tastes great. It has real popsicles in it. Sorry, real strawberry in it. What the fuck am I saying? Blue, no, you too. No. If I was sucking on Sukura's meat, I wouldn't even be making noise. I wouldn't do anything to upset my king. You have no idea what I would do for Sukuna. Are you eating invisible food? Clearly can't be invisible. There's plenty of gag manga. Shonen was just trying to push that a whole lot back then. He shot down the Cloud Nightmare. That was the last... That was in like... So like 5 chapters. Can you find that? Can you find that for me then? Cause... Can you find that for me then? Cause, I thought the last time we saw Frankie was when he was in the mural, right? That was the last time? I thought that was the last time. Well, fuck it, right? through Blue Nose Iron Body. Blue Nose, how'd you get that thing? You uppity little, who do you think you're messing with? Pick a fight with me, will ya? You barkeep, you're not usually your usual dim-witted self. Hey, what are you up to? Come on. We can't kill him yet, stupid idiot. Okay. Frankie attacks Bluno, but his punches seemingly don't phase him. He grabs. They grab each other, but Frankie physically overpowers Bluno by lifting him instead. Bluno readies an FP, but Lucci sends Frankie flying and states they can't kill him yet. When running with Ripley, he defeated a nightmare monster. Okay, so he did. Clipped and shipped. When Eon sucks Sukuna's meat, there's no physical contact. He creates a vacuum like a fish. Yeah, I create an air vacuum that also absorbs all the moisture, that also uses all the moisture in my throat. For my king. It makes absolutely no sound. It's just pure unadulterated pleasure with no sound whatsoever. I'm starting to believe Doriki scaling is non-linear. No way Frankie can't even break through Blue Nose Iron Body, whereas a weaker Frankie broke through Fukuro's and damaged him. Frankie wasn't weaker against Fukuro. Frankie powered up against Fukuro. He literally got back to full stamina against Fukuro. What makes him weaker? Protect Me, Shogumaru was great, but it's probably because they had a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Focus bits. Ah, okay. Hey, you're strong, aren't you? Aren't the guys from the dry dock? What the heck? A guy like me? He was at the beginning and broke his iron body. Let me see. Dude, I'm not gonna have enough time to read through all of Water 7 and Ennius Lobby. That's fucking sucks, man. Right there. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we are not finishing this shit today. Fuck me. God damn it. Alright, whatever. Alright. Let's see. Huh? You're punch an amateur? Yeah, let me see. There. Chapapa. Uh-huh. When does he run into Frankie? There's a time span here where we don't just have the pages, and I have to actually look it up. What is it, 403? Let me see. Right there. No, I know I was there, but I need to see the rest of it. I'm not just going to make an assumption without seeing the rest of it because I'm missing chapters as well. 403. Here we go. Chivalry, Sanji, and Khalifa's room. Uh-huh. Okay, wait. What do you mean I already have these? There is no way. Wait, time out. This is Water 7 and Ennius Lobby. You're telling me that I have the... Whoa. What the fuck? Wait. Hold on. Whole Cake Island? Damn. It's all here. It's all in the wrong file. Yeah. Move to Water 7. Skip these files. Okay. So then here. No, not those. So these get deleted. No. We have to do that again. Here, here, here. Delete. Okay, water 7, Enies Lobby. Okay, cool. Now, delete 1, 2, 3. Delete these. Okay. Refresh this, and then we go back down. Wait, what the fuck? Where the fuck is 403? Not Whole Cake Island. Water 7. Yeah, no, I don't have any of these. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Corneo Rosé. Uh-huh. Whole Cake Island was done in the library. I know it's done in the library. The issue wasn't that. The issue wasn't that. The issue with Whole Cake Island was that I had some portions of Water 7 inside of it. That was the problem. Okay, so Frankie Weave drags around Fukuro. Weapons left. I'm running out of cola. What a gentle punch. Strong right. Okay. And then I already have these, right? Yep, I already have these. Yeah, okay. We already have these then. Yeah, my only answer to this is that Luno is still technically stronger than Fukuro. I guess that was the difference. I guess those points were the difference makers. And then I should have all of these left. Okay, yeah. Strong hammer. Yeah. My punches up to now were really wimpy. Yeah. 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 Okay. We're over that anyway for now. Actually, a world... Is Brook actually a world noble? And does that have any implications for the previous arcs of the sagas in terms of scaling or narrative? I mean, him being a world noble would have nothing to do with his scaling or anything like that. All we know is that he was part of a kingdom. He was a soldier. And, yeah, if he could probably have been... He probably could have been part of a kingdom that Imu ended up taking in under the world government. We don't know what the things are yet. We'll just have to wait. What are you guys doing? This is some kind of super group you picked with the wrong... You guys picked the wrong guy to mess with. Come on in here, rough up my two lovely... This is my secret base. Come here, rough up my two lovely... This is my secret base. Yeah, okay. None of that matters now. I'll be brief, so listen closely. Our identities in the city are only a cover. We are actually employed as a secret government agency. Your real name is Cuddy Flam. You're Tom's old apprentice, the one who was supposed to die, died 8 years ago. I have no idea how you found that out. I'm impressed. Is Kashimo going to give Maki, Yuji, Hikari a good fight? I'm not counting Yuta, because that would make it one-sided. I think he could give any of them a good fight. You could argue that he lost to Hikari, but he also never used the CT against Hikari. And against Maki and Yuji, I don't know if he beats Awakened Yuji, but he likely could beat Maki, I think. Especially if he pushes his body beyond the realm of human limits. Because by that logic, he should also have perceptive abilities greater than that of Maki's. And I mean, Sukuna did blitz both him and Maki, so... It kind of just boils down to whether or not you think Kashimo's statement of surpassing humanity really applies to Maki as well. Prime Beard or Kaido, who you got? Probably Prime Beard, if I had to be honest, but It's though Frankie met Odin and didn't know he was in the presence of the strongest pirate crew at the time. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, isn't it? It's only a matter of time until it comes out. Take that and leave this island, Frankie. Is that idiot Iceberg doing well? We killed him. Come here, you two. I have something important I want to entrust you. From Tom to Iceberg, from Iceberg to you. You pass that thing down. Our long strategy has finally reached checkmate. The blueprints for the world's most terrible battleship, the ancient weapon Pluton. Hand them over, Frankie. Yup. Flam? That's a weird name. Frankie's fine, right? Anything's fine. Did you hear me? I said hand it over, Cuddy Flam. I've got nothing to give you people. Weave. Rob Lucci, one-shot Frankie. Lucci. Frankie. Attacks. Lucci. Ah! Blitzes him and knocks him the first strike to his face. It's probably low Yonko level. What is low Yonko level? There's no such thing as low Yonko level. There's no such thing as that. By the way, I had an encounter with a dude for like the last couple of days. Post on 10 to 15 first. These are off calcs and compared basis. Let's go off a real calculation, no confirmation on size. These calcs put the One Piece planet 2.3 times. The image, dapper, short rundown is the original poster. The world size with Google search with no... Data times with Google search. Estimated... River in Alabastus, 30 miles. Yeah. Often find rookies on different islands. Yeah. I don't know what they're trying to say. End of rant. Yeah. There's no... Someone should put all the One Piece through Google Translate 100 times and see what happens. That'd probably be really funny. Is anyone in OG Naruto damaging water? No, no one in Part 1 Naruto's damaging him. I don't believe it. Odin's not Yonko. Kaido wasn't even Yonko level. He would have beaten Odin again without interference. Yeah, Odin fights this version of Kaido. I don't think he wins. I have no reason to believe he wins. Well, what have we here? A drafting room. The perfect place to hide a blueprint. Start searching. Look at the nameplate. Cuddy Flam. Iceberg. Tom. Don't touch those. You can't stop right over people's memories with your boots on. This is where we raised the shipbuilding company Tom's workers. This warehouse is falling to pieces, but the best shipbuilder in the world used to work here. Man. Damn. Eon, could you, if you could be mentored in any skill the Straw Hats know, what would it be and by whom? That's a good question. Probably cooking. The most apt thing I can probably use in day-to-day life is cooking. I could probably also learn some kick attacks, some kicking attacks from Sanji at the same time. I could at least like build up my leg strength. But cooking in general from Sanji, Luffy doesn't really have a lot that he can teach besides like maybe philosophy. Zoro is just a swordsman. I'm not a swordsman myself. I don't really have a reason to swing around a blade. Nami is their navigator. She knows meteorology pretty well. She can probably... I don't really know if I necessarily care, especially since I don't get on boats for the most part. Chopper knowing medicine would probably be also the most useful. I'd probably like getting something from Chopper. If I could if I could make the things that Usopp can build with his inventions, I would probably not so much for sniping, but specifically for like, you know, making things around the house, DIYs. For like DIYs, I think Usopp or Usopp's pretty good. I don't know if I really care so much about shipbuilding or craftsmanships like Frankie would, but I think it'd be pretty interesting like to have either of them if I'd like to like make figurines and stuff like that. As Lapis said, with Brook, there also comes to like you can get a master class from Brook as a musician. I actually would kind of like to learn from Brook as well, because I mean, learning how to play any instrument, Brook seems to know like at least a few instruments. What is it, like a violin, a guitar? I think he knows how to play a bass, and he also knows how to play the piano. I think I fuck with learning something from Brook, maybe like guitar or piano. And with Robin, archaeology isn't a passion of mine, so yeah. Yeah, I think it would probably be it. You think an L could potentially be Yonko status if he came back realistically? Fuck no. Why would he be? The guy got taken down by East Blue Luffy. The guy got blitzed by East Blue Luffy. Under what line of reasoning would he ever be Yonko level? I see. This dingy warehouse is the headquarters of the shipbuilding. Tom Cuddy Flam. This place must be full of happy memories from shipbuilding days, eh? Calling it your secret bait is really rather cute, though. Shut up. Hurry up and get out of there. Not until we get what we've come for. Shipwright Cuddy Flam. The blueprints are here. Well, I suppose we couldn't expect any other answers from you. Khalifa. Youch. That's smart. Yeek, you freaks. We don't really need an answer from you right away. You know, we have a trump card. It's been 8 years now, but Khalifa, you've been in a cry just like Tom did. Don't give me that. Tom wasn't a criminal, you creep. Mr. Tom, don't talk about it like you could understand. Your Frankie is S tier, man. Reminds me of the original VA. Thank you. As a criminal, you must realize the road you're staring down. Frankie, don't interfere. Just how well? Well, do you people know Water 7? Okay. You freak, eat this. It isn't working. Dang it, I'm gonna get eaten. Okay, Frankie, you think one of these days you're gonna get yourself killed anyway. You're supposed to be helping Mr. Tom building these rattle traps. Page 12, yeah. It's got nothing to do with stupid Bakaberg. There are all my precious battleships. They're battle Frankies. I don't care what you call them. Just throw them all away before someone gets hurt. I can't leave them lying around. I want this scrap just next time. I'll build a ship that beats a Neptunian. Some Neptunians are as big as islands. They'd gulp you down. Frankie in the past wanted to build a ship. Frankie in the past wanted to build a ship that can beat a Neptunian. Iceberg says some Neptunians are as big as islands. Thank you, Lasso. Hey. Hey, real men do it with a boom. Tom, as a fishman, could lift a... Is that a galleon? A galleon with one hand. And throw it several meters into the air. I've thought about this for a long time. You think Whitebeard upscales off of Old Gaban, and the same Old Gaban is on par with base Elbaf, Luffy, or Zoro? I don't know if I would say he's exactly on par with them, but yeah, he seems to be up there. You could probably argue that he upscales off of Old Gaban. You could probably say that. I don't think that would be inherently wrong, right? Whitebeard would likely have been stronger than Gaban or Rayleigh. We've got a good ship. We've made a good sturdy ship with a boom. Isn't that right? Yokozuna Ribbit. Let's put a finishing touches on it tomorrow. Longhorned Cowfish. Yeah, he's a cow. I thought he was a puffer. He's a cowfish. Huh. Let's go. We'll handle ship with a gusto. I was close. Some lets you do this doesn't mean you should get full of yourself. All you make are weapons. My bad. Don't know who that was, but my victory salute hit him. And super, I bagged the Neptunian. Battle Frankie 35, returning to base. Check it out, it's humongous. The sponsor's got to be 100 meters long. Frankie BF35 was capable of taking down a Neptunian that is 100 meters long. Many times you're gonna make me say you're wasting your time endangering ships. Yeah. Stop it, you jerk. Listen up. You killed a Neptunian, didn't you? That's some serious firepower. You're letting all these weapons of yours just pile up. I have no idea what goes on in your head. It's not like I use them to attack people. I'm not talking about your intent. I'm questioning your responsibility in bringing these weapons into existence, Moronki. Yeah. Tom, you say something to him. This guy is a blot on our company. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's good, Six? Yeah, no, he could literally grab a tailed beast by the tail and throw it around. Like, I don't get why people. No, I get why people do it. I just don't. It's just hard to get people to just see it. All right. You sure that's the name he gave? It's really an unsavory on top of what he's doing. Yeah. You got a real roundabout way of meeting people. Is that what's with that sad joke of a body? Shut up. My body got wrecked and parts of it weren't working anymore. So I suffer. So I transform myself. Okay, so this is just afterwards. Cool. Transformed myself using scrap metal. It's how I survived. But enough of that. I hear you're accepting ship contracts from the world government. You gotta be kidding me. I can't abide by that. You're the ones who killed Tom. And just who made the weapons that triggered all of it. I understand why you confront me, but listen, you think I've forgiven you? What did you say, truly? You know, Tom gave me the intention of doing it myself. What is this? The blueprints for an ancient weapon? From now on, abandon the name Cutty Flam. The government failed to wring these out of Mr. Tom, and it's only a matter of time before they come after me. Take that. Leave the island, Frankie. Leave the island. Cutting Flams. If Tom Workers is that, as long as you don't use that name, there's nothing connecting us. If you leave this island, there we're about. Okay, we'll vanish. If they come after you, you won't have the blueprints. Then what happens? This should wrap our business together. You want to end up like Tom? You think? If my place is. Accomplished such a tremendous feat, and then he threw everything away when he tried to make it out of the future of those blueprints. Things are in danger. Okay. Caked an animal that is 30 meters long and weighs 5.5 pounds. I might try to make this thing, you know. You sure you can trust me? The fact that I gave it to you isn't answer enough. You never change. We never change, do we? We get into yelling matches whenever we meet. I still haven't forgiven you, though. And I might feel the same way. You might feel the same way, Frankie, you jerk. I'm really glad you're alive. Iceberg, I'm not leaving this island. Got that, you jerk? You listening to me? I'm absolutely not gonna leave. The man we were asking about, the man named Cutting Flam. Does this mean you're going to read all of them? All the way to Elbaf? Yes, I'm going to read all the way to Elbaf. He was skilled, certainly. He was a very dangerous, out-of-control fisherman with Herculean strength. Most people the vague, misleading answers. I don't think I have any energy. I don't even have the energy to think up of a comeback. You government people are trash. At the time here in Water 7, over 100 Navy troops, the officials were seriously injured, and you were the culprit. Committing such an act against the world government is a substantial crime, and we never confirmed dead or sea train. Yeah. I think we'll be able to take you to NES lobby now. As a criminal, you can take leisure. Blue no. Yes, we had just been connected. We've transported the incident to our director. He said to speak with you as soon as possible. I spilled my coffee. Are you there, Cuddy Flem? It's been ages. Don't you remember the CP9 who arrested Tom's worker during their attack 8 years ago? Whenever my wound would hurt, I was tortured by rage with no one to blame because the criminal who wounded me was dead, you see? Yeah. Don't tell me you're Spandus. You forgot the M. Now hurry and bring the criminal to me. Roger, let's see. Let me go. Hey, wait, you people. Let him go. Oh, my apologies. That's all you got? I know. You were one of the Straw Hat's crews. Huh? Okay. It's carrying Mr. Iceberg and Paulie. I knew it. They were still alive. Lucia and the rest. What on earth happened? Whoa. Time out. When the fuck did Luffy and Zoro get kicked away? Oh, yeah. Okay. Zoro and Luffy. Luffy off guard to the finger pistol. He then grabs Luffy and Zoro and sends them flying out of the mansion. We are all throwing Spandam into the sun and watching him burn alive. I would love that. What would you need to build this weapon? Everyone makes it sound so simple, and yet surely an island-ending weapon requires some unique components. That's what I was thinking about too. I mean, Vegapunk should be able to replicate it if he does have the weapon, like the plans themselves, right? Vegapunk should have had like the capacity to do that as well, right? So, yeah, maybe. I mean, to be honest, the world government has like the most amount of resources out of any other location in the world, so it's like the only thing they would probably need is like atom wood, and the Straw Hats are currently in Elbaf, knowing the atom wood. The weapon doesn't seem that grand and nowadays in power. I don't know. I mean, why not, right? Sure, we've seen characters do crazy things, but I mean, think about a weapon that's capable of like sinking down islands in a single blast. I think that's pretty crazy, personally. I mean, we saw what it did to the Lucia Kingdom, and it basically caused massive waves all over the entire planet, so I don't know. I don't know if I would agree with that. Reminds me of the joke you made on Croc. They get the weapon or blueprints, but turns out they don't know how to work or understand how to build it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, imagine Crocodile getting, like, imagine all the instructions just being on that poneglyph, and Robin just looks at him and it's like, I mean, what do you want me to do? Put it together? It just says that the weapon exists somewhere. How do you use it? Where's the energy source for it? How do you turn it on? You know what I mean? Yeah. So what you're saying is that you left the Straw Hat crew but haven't stopped being a pirate? If you're a pirate, then we'll take you with us. Khalifa, right. And this ship, we're disposing of it. Were you disposing of it? Hey, don't touch it. Are you here? Are you listening to me? Even though it was a temporary disguise, a shipwright, we're proper shipwrights. When I tell you something's no good, we think you should listen. Leave it alone. It's not your ship. This will let the water out, won't it? Wait, don't do anything stupid, okay? The super weapon didn't come back with an instruction manual. I think that's another weapon that we're talking about. Pluton is, there's Pluton, there's Uranus, and I think there's, it's Pluton, Neptune, and Uranus, right? I don't know. Poseidon. Yeah. It's not Neptune. It's Poseidon. Yeah, it's Pluton, Poseidon, and it's Uranus. It's just gonna launch and furnace him. I think that Sukuna's slashes honestly do split Buggy to a point where he can't put himself back together. It's literally stated in, I think it was in an SBS. You haven't really missed much, 6. Boruto's scaling is in shambles after Mamushi couldn't tag an old man, though. Mamushi failed to tag an old guy that literally dodged him multiple times. Well, Inojin in his body. And it's now got Shinju tree scaling in shambles. The Mary was dropped. Mary. Oh, Iceberg's conscious again. Terrific. Yeah, he's okay. It's all thanks to that reindeer, but I think that thing's the Straw Hat's pet. Hey, look over here, too. The girl opened her eyes. What should we do? Should we confer up Straw Hat's location? Iceberg shouldn't move. Give me some space. I want to talk to this girl. What's going on? To begin, I'm very sorry. A pin a false accusation on your crew. That's just downscale for him, not the rest of the Shinju. No, that's kind of downscale for not just him, but a lot of the other Shinju as well. Especially considering that Chocho's able to also tag these Shinju trees and completely smash their heads in. It's just bad downscale for all of them, especially Damon. Remember, it was stated that Ada was going to die that day, which means they have to get past Damon. They get past Damon. And Damon is a problem for Naruto and a bunch of the other Six Paths characters. So, I don't know, man. Obviously, we don't know the exact circumstances, but it does kind of put into question a lot of the scaling in the series. We know for a fact that Ada will die if they didn't do anything about it. So, I don't know, man. Let's see. I want to talk to you about Nico Robin. Do you know something? When you came to this town, did that woman start acting strangely? Yeah, all of a sudden, right after we got to the town, she disappeared. Then this morning, she become the criminal behind your assassination attempt, and when some of our crew finally found her, she said she wouldn't be returning to us. We didn't know what was going on, so tonight we came to ask her one more time directly. She something ninja alien something planetary type shit to make come true. If I stay with you people, my wish will never be fulfilled. What sort of wish will be fulfilled? She's with us. Let me tell you what I know. Better leader to lead by Danzo or Sakazuki? Sakazuki's been getting results, at least with some pirates. Danzo? A lot of the negative stuff that happened in the village are all because of that motherfucker, so I'd probably give it to Sakazuki. Must have been at the same time you lost sight of Nico Robin, the government operation. Don't shoot Iceberg, okay. Do you understand, Nico Robin, the blueprints you're after, or they're fake? Even if it kills me, I won't hand over the blueprints, but at the same time snooping around. You don't need an intention to hurt people. No, Zohar, what do you know about O'Hara? I have no idea how much the government has warped my life. If the government so much, why are you helping them with this? Because there was a wish fulfilled, even if it means throwing everything away. And CP9 presented with 2 conditions. The first, to pin the assassination, and the second was to turn over myself to the government and obey the orders. And if you do that, you're a goner. Why would someone who's been on the run for 20 years accept these conditions? Buster call. Have been granted permission to activate a buster call against the Straw Hat Pirates just once. A buster call. Cannot survive. Says a buster call
would be called on the Straw Hats. We call them the Straw Hats. Straw Hats. 5 Vice Admirals from HQ. 10 warships. Assemble. And it's considered a national war class military force. A national war class military force. Even in the Navy, only 3 admirals, the head of the Navy, are able to exercise that kind of authority, but this time through Admiral Kiji, obtaining the activate just 1 time. If I hadn't accepted these conditions, they would have been the target of the Buster Call. When I heard Aokiji's name, I gave up. For the past 20 years, I've been able to run away and survive and shatter, but now I had nothing to protect because I could betray others and use them to take them to fall, but now I just can't do that. I want the 6 remaining Straw Hat Pirates to sail from this island safety. In safety, yeah. Eon, did you get what I was saying by the Fukuro comparison? Ah, yeah. Fukuro just has a lower Doriki overall than Blueno, even if it's only by 20 points. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think it's inconsistent. I just think Blueno's Doriki is probably better, as at least good enough to make up the difference. 20 points of Doriki is good enough to make up the difference. Besides, Rob Lucci also states that he is objectively 5 times tougher than Fukuro, which would scale to it. I mean, why wouldn't it be linear? There's more evidence to suggest that it isn't. If one thing is enough for you to say that it isn't, I mean, that's fine, but that doesn't really change my opinion about it. Let me show you real quick. Where are the... Where the fuck are the statements? Where are all the statements, man? Where are all the statements? We don't know where the statements are. Let's just see where the statements are. Let's put it together. Okay, right here. No, Rob Lucci's already transformed, so it has to be farther back than this. I found you, pigeon guy. Yeah. Straw Hat. Where is he at? Knocks Luffy away. 1 second. I'll be back in a second. Where the fuck does Frankie show up? God damn. There is no way... Yeah, this is where Frankie still shows up. Oh yeah, right here. Fukuro has a power level of 8. He has a power level of 4,000. Divide that in half, you get a difference of 5. No way you didn't give an inch, but I sent that Fukuro freak flying. I see, but you beat Fukuro and came here. Sorry, but my power level is 5 times stronger than his. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like a single moment where Frankie punches Fukuro while not having his full fuel up
doesn't really change the fact that, Rob Lucci's making a direct comparison. 30 no Tsutsuki, if we bring back classic size scaling. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. I think it's linear. I do think it's linear. I don't know, man. Like a single moment of Frankie punching Fukuro when he's not at full power and the punch not being enough to, like, really, put down Fukuro, more so just enough to hurt him. You know what I mean? What's outspeeding him too? Yeah. Like he couldn't even react to Rob Lucci just simply attacking him right there and right then and there. You're impressed? I'm impressed that you beat Fukuro. You too are enough of a superhuman. The kid created, I don't know, like this powered by soda. That's kind of wild. Yeah, I don't know how Frankie did that. I'd love to know, like, the actual science behind it, but I'm pretty sure it's just one of those, like, listen, the author said that it works by that. I don't know what else to tell you. Can you believe it? Of everyone living on the planet, that woman chose to protect U6. Now it appears the blueprints are full. Yeah, it's probably the carbonation, 100%. What's wrong? I'm so happy, Robin. She didn't betray us. I've got to gather up everyone and tell them, Mr. Iceberg. Yeah, wait for the Straw Hats already defeated. What can you do? Now you say... This starts now. The Cypher Pole martial arts is insane, honestly. I forgot how versatile it is. No hockey, no devil fruit. Yeah, it's pretty insane. It's pretty insane, Lock-in. Luffy and the others are fine. They can't be done away that easily. We're going to be back. Now that we know she needs to be saved, their strength will be infinite. Nami feels relief that Robin didn't betray them and says that they can now save her. Their strength. I'm not taking it as like a literal infinite strength statement. Their strength will be infinite. This alludes to the mental amp thing. This alludes to the mental amp thing, but this, from here on out, it's no longer applicable. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make this dark red. Also, fuck Zoro. Why the anger towards Zoro? What did Zoro do to you? Shanks uses a sword? He does use a sword. Wake up, Chopper. Can't forgive a woman and his lies. Show me what the ninjas and Naruto be if they could learn the CP9's martial arts. Probably a lot more powerful. They could probably reach light speed on their own without needing to have any amps. Step up and hurry. This woman been running for 20 years. Good of you to finally surrender a government base. Yeah. Mihawk agenda is dumb. Shanks and Mihawk rival his own news. That's like comparing Mori and Kaido. Y'all still gonna be upset if Shanks is. Y'all gonna be upset when Shanks still stronger than Mihawk. Imagine Mihawk is stronger than Shanks though. Bare minimum country level with Shigan since it's as hard as a rifle bullet. How does that rifle? How is something being as hard as a rifle bullet get somebody to country level? Would you rather train Kekkei Genkai? Well, you can't train a Kekkei Genkai or the same moves as Lucci. I mean, a Kekkei depends on like what Kekkei Genkai we're talking about. Like. Do I get a Sharingan, a Byakugan? Do I get a special, I don't know, chakra nature? What chakra nature am I messing with? How much chakra do I have to mess around with? Do I have Naruto's levels of chakra? Or do I just have, like, an average shinobi's level of chakra? So I can only use, like, 3 or 4 jutsu. Because if we're talking, like, just having a body... Because if we're talking about, like, me having a body that I can weave attacks, make myself harder than iron...
fly around, since bullet strength has Doriki of 10 in One Piece, and when dividing that power levels, they get to country levels. It's not bullet strength. It's just a soldier with a gun has a power level of 10. I don't know if that necessarily means that the bullets themselves are the power of 10. Hear that JJK anime might end up in the hands of the studio that made the One Piece. I will actually go to Japan and shit on somebody's coffee. Yeah, with a gun. Yeah. Okay. So does that mean that we're saying that their power of Doriki is entirely because of the gun? The Doriki comes from the bullet? Because Doriki is a scale of one's physical capabilities. It's not, the gun itself should not have an actual effect on how much more powerful they should be. It's all based on a character's capabilities. Doriki is literally stated to measure physical strength. Physical ability. How does having a gun improve physical ability? Like, I get where you're coming with the statement, but yeah, physical ability. Having a gun doesn't improve your physical ability. You might be able to say, well, the gun, I don't know, you can shoot with it. You know what I mean? They're just changing the director. Well, the director better not fuck anything up. God damn. This isn't a game. Look sharper. Everyone board the train. Did he say something about causing us trouble if Ariane's planning on leaving the crew? So Robin doesn't hate us? That's right. So we now gotta go find Luffy and the others and save Robin. Turn into a raccoon. It's a raccoon. Hey, it turned into a raccoon. I don't know. Now it's a gorilla. Wait, you two. Uh-huh. That's just Inojin upscale. Just read the chapter. I did read the chapter. That's not Inojin upscale under any kind. You have to prove the mind transfer jutsu ups. Why would with a gun include it just the soldier? I don't know. But why would the gun matter at all if it scales to physical abilities? You know what I mean? It's like, the same question you asked, I could just ask you another question. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Oda wrote it. I don't think the bullet itself is their AP, because the bullet has nothing to do with their physical ability. I'm not saying you read the chapter. Oh, you just read the chapter. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how that's Inojin upscale. Because Inojin can't... It's not like Inojin can, like, push his body to be any stronger than it actually is. Is it crazy how much injuries the Straw Hats go through between Water 7? It's up to where transportation, personal departs, yeah. Right there, the sea train will be temporary stop of service because Aqua Lagona is on its way. If you leave the train without the course, you have no way to leave for the island. We have to go find them. Well, it's bound for NES lobby. Only government people are allowed on that island. Even if the engineer is a government man, no one will listen to me. Go search in that direction. All right, great. Hey. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. It wouldn't make sense if he did. It wouldn't make sense if he did. There's no way you can make sense of a normal civilian who is not a trained combatant having the capacity to move at quote-unquote faster than light speeds, lightning fast speeds, etc., with a kid's mind inside of his body when the guy's physical body is not capable of doing any of the things a normal ninja is capable of doing without any of the training prior. I don't even know why I opened up the thing. Straw Hats, pirates, weren't the assassin. These people are innocent. I just think Mamushi has just been an actual, like, disappointment this entire time. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, Mamushi's a bum, but it's like, Ian doesn't know about gun movement tech? Yeah, I guess I don't. I guess I don't know how to do a 360 ladder stall. You're right. I'm sorry to tell you guys this, but I've never done a 360 no-scope ladder stall, YY ladder stall. Like, I've never done that. I'm just bad. It doesn't boost your stats. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to look for Lucci. We'll be seeing them again. I don't think we'll be seeing them again. Don't know what happened to Lucci and the rest. Home, shameless woman. Hey, don't call me that. You, shameless woman. We're going after the train, Ray. I'll take you there. You will? Thanks. Paulie, you said the truth. Quit yapping and take some responsibility. You want the damage to get the Galileo name? No, Foreman. We're sorry. Give us orders. We'll help. Get out the bulls. Open the cage. Went home, huh? They're all sort of things bad. It's bad enough that you and I have to know about their betrayal. Yeah. Turn at the canal. It's a short to the station. Still 20 minutes left before the train departs. Don't leave yet. Going alone. Sacrifice. Only thing I hope is that Sarada doesn't have a fucking pink Susanoo. I would fucking hate it if she has a pink Susanoo. Please just give her like a red one. Just give her like a red Susanoo. Anything but a pink Susanoo, dude. And I like the color pink. I just don't want it to be anything reflective of that bitch Sakura. The Michael and and Huckle jokes. Should be around here. I don't know what you're talking about. Government trash, you little jerks. Yeah. Do you think Usopp will obtain Ragnar? I do. Was so useful. Nami really was useful in Water 7 and Enya's lobby. I do agree. Our mission is almost complete, isn't it? Keep careless comments like that to yourself until we arrive, idiot. Sorry. If you let that train leave without it, there's no way off this island. Well, please make it in time, please. Squeak. Oh, the little guy made it. It's out of the glaze, but Sakura slander? I'm unsure. Yo. This is so cute. I kind of want this little mouse guy as a friend now. I kind of want him as a friend. He's friend-shaped. Look at him. He's absolutely friend-shaped. You think Sarada's new MS ability is dangerous across verse? It could be. She can technically crush somebody, but we don't know how much gravitational force she has. And considering that Chocho's able to break these things' heads in half, I don't have a reason to really think that, like, Mamushi's bodies are that tough to begin with. I wonder what Luffy and the rest of them are doing. Isn't he going to get time here? Final tree? Okay. Yeah, those jerks. They won't get away with this. I'm stuck. Erg, bad luck. My foot slipped. I'm stuck, yeah. How does she get Perception Blitz? Yeah, she automatically loses to anyone that Perception Blitzes. It's so fucking bad, dude. That MS ability is kind of trash. They have to, like, do something crazy with this MS ability for me to think that, like, it's gonna be anything crazy, because it's kind of fucking trash. Like, sure, the gravity orbs are kind of impressive. They can pull things in, and they can basically disorient or even move around the opponent. I don't think there's, like, anything to stop her from, like, just pulling somebody into them. But it also requires her to basically use it on anything that she visibly can see. She has to visibly see the opponent. Yeah. Ability only works on opponents that she can see. Good thing that Sukuna was holding out against Gojo. I mean, Gojo said he was holding back and everything, but then again, Sukuna, a lot of what he did was because of those 10 shadows. It's kind of weird. I mean, if you go by, like, what Gojo said, you could technically say yes. He also never landed a Black Flash on Gojo. No, they're not black holes. They're not actual black holes. Zoro and Luffy are each stuck inside buildings. Well, they're not black holes, literally. They're not literal black holes, that's the thing. Like, do they have some level of... Do they seem to have some level of appearance to a black hole? Yes, but they're not... Yeah, they're gravity balls, but, like, they don't... Are they black? Yes. Are they balls? Yes. Are they pulling in everything into themselves without any level of, you know... I guess... What would be the word here? Without prejudice? Like, are they just absorbing everything else without prejudice? Not really. Take all the worst abilities of the big three and make it into a manga. All the worst abilities? Yeah, balls. Yeah. Make it into a manga? I don't know about that. Okay, where did they all go? Yeah. It's a little early, but departing. Indiscriminate, you mean? Yeah. Indiscriminate, that's what I meant. Yeah. I feel like they would have been specified to be black holes at this point. Maybe we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Maybe. We might have to wait a little bit longer. I'm still willing. It's the greatest female character in Naruto, that's for sure. I like Sarada as a character. I do. I don't like the whole, like, lovey-dovey things going on with her and Boruto, but whatever, right? Does it really matter? I mean, what's Amaterasu's AP? We know that it's at least very hot. We know at least it's hotter than normal fire style, but, like, quite a bit. Right? But, I don't know. Sukuna and Ojo upscale off of the black hole planetary feat? Nope, I don't agree with that. Nobody scales to that black hole. Do you think Curse Mark 2, Sasuke, Naruto versus any... Oh, they get curb stomped. Dead Rat, they get curb stomped. They don't keep up with Luffy at all. You can easily get Luffy to light speed by this point in the series, even if you think... Listen, I'll put it like this.
Foxy's beams, right? Foxy's beams of light that are stated to be beams of light that are stated to be light that are stated to be photons, right? Even if for whatever reason we were to drop that down to like, let's say relativistic. As a matter of fact, let's just completely gutter the fact that they're light speed and just say that they're 1/10 the speed of light, right? Let's say they are 1/10 the speed of light, so they're relativistic to the speed of light, and Luffy is at least capable of dodging them, right? Which we know for a fact that he's capable of dodging and even blitzing Foxy, right? Let me ask you a question. If second gear is a 10 times amp, and Luffy is 1/10 the speed of light without any assumption of him getting stronger between the Foxy arc all the way to Enies Lobby, right? No assumption of Luffy getting any stronger. That would mean that Luffy's base is 1/10 the speed of light, and you multiply that by 10, you get light speed, right? Mind you, we're lowballing Luffy. We're saying that the Noro beams are not light speed. They are 1/10 the speed of light, right? Naruto and Sasuke have absolutely and objectively speaking nothing within the context of their arsenal that even remotely implies they could A, be light speed, B, keep up with someone that's light speed, and C, they don't have the best scaling whatsoever. As a matter of fact, you could say, well, their Chidori, their Onyx Chidori, and the Chidori Lament, and the Rasengan, the Tailed Beast Rasengan that Naruto used. You could say, well, but Eon, they're like really powerful attacks, right? But if you go back and look at like the things that Naruto and Sasuke are able to perform throughout like that arc, even prior, they're only ever like blowing up parts of walls out. They're only ever blowing up like Sasuke takes out a part of a wall. I don't know. I guess multiple walls. Let's just say multiple building walls at a time. Naruto is hitting a guy that's sending him flying, and he's cracking a boulder. Naruto breaks through a water tank. Like, there's not a lot to really go off of in terms of how powerful their attacks are, or at least to scale them any higher than, like, Sasuke taking out multiple building walls, or Naruto, or putting, like, holes in giant stone, right? He puts like holes in them, but he never breaks through the entirety of the stone. He only makes like larger holes, maybe larger than his body, right? And he's like 5'2", 5'3". That's like the best Sasuke's doing. Even if you want to say, well, but Sasuke got stronger, right? He got like way stronger. The strength increase is unquantifiable. So however much stronger Sasuke is with a Chidori, right? However much stronger Sasuke is with a Chidori making a hole about as large as he is into a large rock, increase that unquantifiably up to a certain extent, but you obviously can't glaze it too much either. You can't say that he's like 100 times stronger than he was before, right? He's just blasting through an entire building. Like Naruto and Sasuke, even with every benefit of doubt, you want to say, well, yeah, but they're able to take on like building walls, etc. Even with like every benefit of doubt, saying that like they got 10 times stronger from the Curse Mark Amp or the Nine Tails Chakra, would still genuinely only put these guys at like large building level. Like Luffy taking out a 5-story building with a single kick where none of the attacks landed on any of the structural integrity parts of the building. He literally just smashed Arlong down multiple floors, none of which had structural pillars. Like there's no way I believe that he's doing that, bro. They're not beating that. I'm sorry. They're not even beating that version of Luffy. I'd have no reason to believe they're beating Enies Lobby Luffy who's lightspeed. What were you saying, Six, before? I glaze hella, but planetary meta just isn't good. The universal meta is much better, even though both suck. Yeah, both do suck. Can Luffy before Wano arc, can he survive a 10 Tails Beast Bomb? Yeah, certainly. Why wouldn't he? I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't. A 10 tailed Beast Bomb blows up, what? Let's see. A larger area than a space that is, at least relatively speaking, somewhere around several kilometers in size. What is the Tailed Beast Bomb? What does it calc to, right? Like, what is this 10 Tails Beast Bomb really, like, span to? You know what I mean? How powerful is it? Because the area that they were fighting in was a smaller portion of land than the entirety of the continent that they were fighting on. A tiny portion of land, mind you, and they didn't really cross to any other portions of, like, the map. They really just stayed in, like, that one area of land. So it's like, what part of me is supposed to believe that a Ten Tails explosion is country level, let alone, not even, but what makes this small country? Because again, these are the tailed beast bombs from before. This is a massively charged up tailed beast bomb from Kurama and Killer Bee. An attack that they never replicate because Kurama never has the opportunity to charge up a tailed beast bomb even remotely as large as the one that caused this. The Ten Tails Tenpechi increased the area of land destruction past this area right here because in another panel, I'll have to just click through the images just to get like another size of the panel. But the Tenpechi essentially increases the size of this area, and Gaara still states that it takes them several kilometers. It takes them several kilometers to get between Naruto to get from where they were, Naruto to Minato. So yeah, no, this, I don't have no reason to believe this is even several kilometers. I really don't have an objective reason to believe that this is even several kilometers. The Ten Tails Tenpechi crossing that area would be several kilometers, and this, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. This, you could say it's what, 25 kilometers? Let's just say this is several upon several kilometers, right? Let's say the term several, in this case, we're going to use the high-end interpretation and say this is 25, right? We're going to say that this is 5. Several, it means any number between 3 and 5, so we're going to say that it's the high-end 5. Let's say this is several upon several kilometers and say that it's what? 5 times 5, 25. We'll just say that this is a 25 kilometer wide explosion. That would still be less than half the size of the river that the Straw Hats crossed while going from one end of Alabasta to the other. This thing is tiny. This is tiny, dude. I have no reason to believe Luffy wouldn't be able to tank it either. There wasn't anything crazy aftermath from the tailed beast bomb, so no tsunamis across the globe, no earthquakes, no thing. And you know what the craziest part is? Even tailed beast bombs, when they were being shot, like, let's say, not tailed beast bombs, what was it? Well, yeah, I mean, you could say tailed beast bombs. They're never really heard across the planet either. It's never like these tailed beast bombs are explosions that necessarily, like, cause massive trembling across the entire planet. It's really not, that's really not the case. Yeah, like, Naruto, the Naruto cast, when you have an idea of what the size and scale of everything is just not that impressive. I just don't know what to say. It's just not that impressive. Like, for example, people want to say, yeah, but Sakura's like giving hands to any of these characters. How big is this plot of land that she destroyed, right? How big is it, right? Because like you say, well, those are the Ten Tails corpses or whatever, the Ten Tails like clones or whatever that they were making, but it's like, okay, but how big were they? How big were these guys? Right? Because like, sure, you could say, well, some of them do meet, but also some of them are just straight up the size. Some of these guys are just straight up the size of regular people. Like, literally, you can see them right there. Like, oh man, she sends them across a few of them and then smashes the ground. Okay, cool. She destroyed enough ground to do what? Cover what? A couple hundred people? You realize that, like, you can fill up a very small space with 100 people, right? You know that, like, most restaurants don't have a capacity of, like, 150 people, 200 people. So if these guys are meant to be, like, the size, most of them at least, are around the size of a small person, right? They're around the size, not a small person. They're around the size of an individual, of a person. When you can see some of them are even being larger than this, and she's not even taking out like 100 of them. Yeah, no, I have no reason to believe that this space even is that impressive to begin with. I don't know, man. Yeah. Like, what Naruto struggles with is the fact that it just does not have that many objective statements. A statement that you can sit there and take and say, yes, this right here, this is objectively right. This is compounded with all of this information here. The reason why we know that they blew up mountains is because Kakashi says, the mountains. If the Ten Tails explosion was actually powerful enough to wipe out a country, why isn't that stated anywhere? This thing could blast countries to smithereens. I would take that. If it said the Ten Tails could blast countries to smithereens, I would accept that. You're not even going to hear a peep out of me. You're not even going to hear anything out of me other than, you know what? That's actually true. Yeah, it can blow up a country. But I can't give it country level just because people think it should be country level. What makes it country level is my question. Because if you're going to say, well, just look at it, the size, okay? But again, even if I give it every benefit of doubt, the size is not that big. Well, you can see the curvature of the earth. I don't give a fuck what I can see the curvature of the earth, because I know for a fact that this space right here covers only several kilometers, and several at least means 3. So what am I supposed to go off of? There are no Itachi, Susanoo, Kenta, and Kirin. Imagine an L? Yeah.
But those aren't ordinary passengers on it. They might have taken a look at the weather, decided to leave early, hurry up at the station. Yeah. The C train's finally on the train on the day. Finally, yeah. Chugga. We're moving. Those freaking government jerks. Yeah. We don't know if Itachi was able to fully manifest his Susanoo, so we don't know if it was a rib cage, if it was a full body, or if it was an armored Susanoo that was taken out. You know what I mean? The middle entrance and go down the stairs. Half body? Yeah. I wanted to die and you made me live. That's your crime. Nowhere, Luffy. Chugga, hold it. It's dangerous. Step back. Robin, get off the train. We'll fight anyone with you. Zoro, Luffy, where are you? I can't get out. Robin, you didn't make it. Poor thing. What's the planning on doing? I don't know. It doesn't matter. The train was rejected by the government. Once they catch him, it's over. You're probably from Galila. You're injured. What happened? Early. Alright. You can't stop the train that's already left. I hate to tell you, but this lobby's the worst kind of place. Or you're already crying. I'm following that thing. She was mad. I'd never forgive those government goons. Damn. Imagine being called a goon. What's with all of a sudden, lend me a ship, a really big, strong ship. You're going to take it a ship on this ocean? You understand that the terror of Aqua Lagona, right? Quit being crazy. This is a completely different scale from any high tide you've ever seen. From now on, the sea will get unbelievably rough. It's impossible for you to get there on ocean. You might meet your end. How many research streams do you think there'll be? Probably 100, but don't think you get it. Robin's throwing away her life. Did I even change the name of the title for this one? I don't even remember if I did. Okay. That was close. Thank you so much, Polly. We were almost pulled out to sea. Yeah, Aqua Lagona is so powerful, it rips out stone pillars. Stuck in a building. Aqua Lagona. I'm gonna start putting out content though. I decided that I'm just gonna start putting out content regardless of what happens. I don't really care. I don't really care at this point. The video will come out when it comes out, and I will be making streams where I still do research, but I'm gonna start putting out content. Isn't Law technically instantaneous in speed if he's in room? Yes, his room is only. Think of room as flying Raijin. Wherever, or Amino Tejikara. Wherever. No matter what it is, no matter where they are, if it is inside of room's range, he can teleport instantaneously. Yeah, just straight up teleportation is powerful enough to rip out stone pillars. But it's still instantaneous. I agree. We're seeing waves as fast as during last year Aqua Lagona. This isn't normal. Is the tree... Is the sea train Robin? The sea train should have posed some of the letter. Letter from whom? A small note. It was right there. That clown. What does it say? Hang. This is the first half. The first half's mostly a pointless love letter. If you're not me, don't read it, idiot. Here. P.S. Robin is on the sea train. I'm going to leave that's going to leave at so I'm going to board. Sanji's on the train. All teleportation is instantaneous. It isn't movement. And Usopp, a gigantic thug with a pompadour. That's got to be Frankie. That's him. Yeah, that's probably at least one transponder snail in the sea train, so I'll contact you soon. A transponder snail. That baby transponder snail I want you always next to your heart. That's... He's going to contact us, I guess. We're going, so now we know Sanji's with Ramen. We'll get to Enies Lobby too, no doubt. Okay, it sure is wet out here. I can't even smoke. Well, how do I sneak inside without being noticed? Okay, it's really stormy out here. Collier Coop. Okay, who are you? No way. He was out on the rear deck this whole time. Who are you? I saw that kick. He's not just a civilian. He must be a person of interest. So perception is inherently perception-based, but it proved to be actually... Perception-based, but it's proved to be actually instantaneous. He's not taking us seriously. Report this to Lucci right away. We've got to tell him this isn't something that we have to go out of our way to tell CP9 about. No matter how rowdy this intruder is, there's no need to fear him because in this car, I can protect you. Oh, so smoky. Jerry, ha 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 ha. I am from the South Blue, from an island known and for its karate, and I'm the best one there. Get it? Yes, I am a boxing champion, so do some karate. That's just rude. Hey, Jerry's aura flicker jab. Yeah, Jerry, the enemy's behind you. He ran away. Kid, just because I'm tall, don't think that a little carriage is any problem for me. I've never had somebody threaten me between their legs. Yeah. Better. Your swing is shorter now. 1-2, that's right. It'll make you think. And then score, screw, drop, kick. Are we going to completely ignore the rules of boxing? This is a waste of time. Brochette blow. Yeah. Versus Nightmare from Wolverine Origins. Sabretooth versus Nightcrawler in X-Men Origins Wolverine. Yeah. I don't remember the fight, but... yeah, I don't remember the fight that well, actually. I just remember that, like, they tried to make Deadpool in it with Ryan Reynolds, and then they basically shut his mouth down and gave him, like, a bunch of different powers. They got the stronger... going to train in charge of... in charge of 40 Navy men in Car 5 is headquarters captain, former Knight T-Bone. When in car 4 is the man who is also serving the head waiter on this voyage, Wanze, fighter from Cyberpol 7. In car 3, the newest member of CP9 Nero. Although we are escorting dangerous prisoners, we're not at risk to no attack at all. However, the threat arises, we do have passable military strength at the ready. Okay. If I ever have Naruto Luffy type of video, I'd get skinned alive for saying Luffy or One Piece characters are Uni, even though bare minimum Uni is my mid-ball. Damn. I mean, you can provide any kind... I mean, you don't have to, like, make a Naruto versus Luffy type video. You can also just make a video that says, hey, man, like, that just says, like, there is an argument for Uni plus One Piece. You could just argue that. Like, you can just make a video for that. You can even just go off of the, you don't even have to like think that you're going to get like skinned alive or anything. You can honestly just say like, hey, so this is an interpretation. If you take certain statements in a certain way, XYZ, you can essentially get Luffy to Universal, right? Like, I think that's an argument that is possible to be made. You just have to like let people know beforehand. Like, you're not saying that this is the definitive strength tier of One Piece. You just have to say, like, this is just, like, what you come down to if you scale One Piece in this way. Sorry for the spam. To the point of the story, Gojo are definitive strongest. That's the thing. It's narrative and power scaling, so why shouldn't they upscale off of a black hole? Put it like this. Do you think that Gojo and Sukuna can threaten the entire planet off of one single attack? Or ability? Do you think they can unironically... I thought infinite statements were always Uni plus. I think high Uni was actually scaling terms. One Piece Uni scaling is actually very reasonable. I mean, if you want to make a video on it, you can. You can explain why it's reasonable, why some of the statements can be taken seriously, XYZ, 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 and then, yeah, just go and... Straw Hat, Roronoa, Foreman just moving, has got to hurt. Maybe you should rest. I'm fine. Hurry up and find those two. Yes, sir. I can't believe they're ordering us around too. She must really be a hungry girl. She's probably going to throw a growth spurt. Must be really hungry, that girl. She's probably going through a growth spurt. That's got to be it, Zoro. That's not good. My sense of smell doesn't work in the strong wind anyway. Non-stop. This is terrible. What's going on? The more water ebbs out of, the bigger waves will return. Watch the tide goes out. It will be, I'm flying. That's so funny. They're just like holding onto a rope as their body is physically being picked away. That's so crazy. Just when I was wondering how far the water level would fall this year, look, Chimney. It's as if the ocean's dried up. It's been, in the past, it's been decades, I suppose. Not even I have encountered such a sight. Wow. Black Hole was above Kenjaku, was above Yuki, so nothing proves Sukuna and Gojo's scale to it. Yep. Can the tide really go out this far? I've never seen anything like this before. The sound of the ocean. Stop. Just how enormous will the next wave be? The back alleys will be completely swallowed. There's nobody left in the back alleys, right? If they're so, they're gonna be goners. Oh, wow. Meow, look at that. I just love their faces. It's so funny. Just like the big smile. There's something between the house. Your pirate girl, Miss Kokoro. Chimney might actually be like the goat of this arc. Not even gonna lie. Granny, look, there's somebody out there. There's something between the houses. Meow. Look it. Why you're the pirate girl, Miss Kokoro. Yeah, not to play devil's advocate, but due to Gojo's 6 size, he could theoretically make a black hole-esque blue. And Sukuna has the world-cutting slash, which is said repeatedly to target the world and existence itself. I mean, yeah, but listen. The world-cutting slash, I equate more to just straight-up hacks. The world-cutting slash I equate straight-up more to hacks, but it doesn't have the range to threaten the entire world unless you think Sukuna can make some weird binding vow that gives him a brush stroke, an expansion of the technique that allows him to split the entire world. I don't know if he can do that per se. And as for Gojo, I mean, I don't know. Shit. You could say that he could make a black hole-like ability, but he doesn't. We don't know if a limitless user is capable of doing something to that extent. Is CT not hacks? Not necessarily. Some CT, a curse technique in and of itself is not necessarily hacks, right? Like Sukuna's CT ability to like cleave straight through buildings is not something that just automatically splits through anything no matter what. There is a certain threshold of attack potency. Bro cut Madara in half straight away? When did he cut Madara? Are you talking about Sasuke? I don't remember Naruto cutting Madara in half. Hi, Galaxy. When does Frieza blatantly destroy a galaxy? When does Frieza destroy a galaxy? The Straw Hat. Isn't that the Pirate King? What's he doing? Sasuke cut Madara, not Naruto. Yeah, I was about to say. The Lava Style Rasen Shuriken didn't split Madara in half. I remember that being a point of discussion when we were talking about it. Can't go down to back alleys. The back alleys. Somebody stop that girl. That idiot. Come back. You don't want to live. Aqua Lagona is coming. Yo. Just imagine how big. Just imagine for a second how big the land that exists in Water 7 must be for them to not even be able to see like anything else, because this is just straight up like, this is straight up just the sea floor around this area. Holy shit. Also, Sukuna's cleave is just flying slashes like Zoro does with Omen Skype. In the anime community, the destruction of Namek reaches out, destroys the entire galaxy. Oh, and the anime, yeah, the anime continuity also scales higher though. You can definitely make the argument for the anime adaptation, but at that point, that's an anime only feat. So you have to actually make, I feel like you have to make that distinction then, which is fine. Was so useful here, yeah. Okay, but Naruto just cut his stomach open without even talking to him. Yeah, but Madara's also trying to, like, wipe out the planet. Not wipe out the planet, take everybody out with him. How far can Gojo make it into Naruto? If you want me to give you, like, an honest interpretation, I think Gojo makes it deep into the war arc. I think Gojo unironically makes it into the war arc. I think he can fight basically any non-six Pats character. Nice, but it scales anywhere from Uni plus to Outer, depending on interpretation. He's swallowed up by the ocean, a sea anemone growing out of a smokestack. Sea anemone, Zoro! That's crazy. Do any go out for more people to go after them? The ocean will be dealing with them just now. It happens. Huff Huff, Pirate Lady, you're so cool. What a stupid thing to do. It's too late for them. Look over there, the wave's coming. The waves are already closed. What are we gonna do? Nothing can save them. Zoro, can you hear me? It's me, Chopper. It's no good. This is as far as I can go. Luffy, what do you think you're doing up there? This isn't good. The wave's on top of them. The pirate girl's gonna get taken out. Wouldn't he lose to Kamui? I mean, Kamui isn't an instantaneous attack. It still has to take out Gojo's head, and Gojo just claps his hands and immediately teleports. Gojo can just teleport. I feel like people just forget Gojo can physically teleport. And Kakashi only has so many uses of Kamui. Like, let's not forget, Kakashi gets chakra multiple times throughout the war. He makes it past early war arc Edo Madara? I think he does. What does Madara have against him? What does Madara do? Summons a bunch of trees, the trees don't reach him. Summons a fireball, doesn't touch him. Susanoo blades, don't touch him. What does Madara do? And Madara can't stop Blue from working. If Madara pulls Gojo in, Gojo just pulls himself back with Blue. Or Gojo just blasts him with red. Or Gojo just crushes him with blue. Edo Madara, unironically, probably does. He can unironically stop most Edo Tenseis by simply having a blue that constantly crushes them. It's not like the Edo Tensei regenerates somewhere else. It's not like it's Izanagi where they just pop up somewhere else if you like consistently attack their body. Obito or Tobi. None of the tailed beasts touch him. Does gravity work on him? What, Gojo? Probably. But what is he gonna do? Universal pull him? Okay, Gojo just universal pulls himself back. Sorry, not universal pull. He just blues his way back. Gojo's can also affect himself with blue. Or just claps himself away from the range. Hot take, Luffy versus Katakuri was mid? Really? You think so? That is a hot take. Fair enough. Almighty push? Okay. Almighty push isn't a one-shot attack. And Gojo can tank his own hollow purple. I don't see why Almighty push is an issue. Can bypass Obito's Kamui dimension? I don't think it can trash pacing. That's fair. That's completely fair. Obito's Kamui dimension? What do you mean he can bypass it? What do you mean? Like if he puts Obito inside of a big blue that just constantly is on top of him? I mean, I don't know if it would pull Obito out of it. I'm not saying that. Was not enough. Snake Man versus Katakuri was not enough? Okay, I can see where you're coming from with that. Nami, behind me. Listen, you're not gonna believe this. I got sent flying by that pigeon guy. I flew way in between the strings. Quit playing around. This is not the time. While you were out here messing around, they took Robin. Robin did it all for us. She's not planning to die. She's not planning to die. Do you understand? She's not gonna sacrifice herself to protect us from the government. Even though she knew she'd be killed and took her away, then Robin was lying. Yes, I'm so glad. Don't worry, we're not gonna let Robin die. Nami tells... Let me type this in. Animation was mid. The only great were the Snake Man moments. I can see that. Would an AMP stop Infinity? It's a forceful push, yeah. I mean, what about it makes it... Almighty Push has at least speed to it. Would you say use Kurama's World Ash setting statement from the data books? No, fuck no, I would never use that. That statement is so hyperbolic, it's not even funny. Like, the only way that statement isn't hyperbolic is if you believe Kurama can turn the surface of the planet into ash over a period of time without stopping himself. Flattened a village, though? Yeah, and Almighty and Hollow Purple wiped out the entire the area that they were fighting in. What do you want me to tell you? Gojo tanked an attack that is an actual blast of energy that wiped everything out through a virtual mass. Almighty Push pushed buildings away made out of wood. Most of the Leaf's buildings are made out of wood. We know that for a fact. Why would I believe that an attack that simply pushes ground and dirt away is more powerful than an attack that wiped out multiple buildings made out of stone? That's also an energy blast. One is a force to push Gojo away, the other one was an energy blast. Oh, I don't know if Infinity can stop Gojo from being pulled in, but like Minato can teleport, Gojo teleports. How did you determine the size of the planet? I just go by the number of islands that are stated, and then I make the assumption that and then I go under the assumption of the Alabaston River and the Dressrosa Island. There's multiple islands within One Piece that could be scaled to about the size of a continent in the real world. But even then, under the assumption that
Dressrosa is only 2,000 kilometers in size, even though Viola can't see into Greenbit, and Greenbit is a part of Dressrosa, and she says she can see anything within 4,000 kilometers. Let's just cut that in half and say that she can only see that the area that actually takes up Dressrosa is, not including, again, Greenbit, and that's also under the assumption that, like, the bridge between Dressrosa and Greenbit's like 2,000 kilometers. Again, under that assumption as well. Out of 10 to 20 million islands, if you take the surface area, which would be, let's just say, like, the surface area is, at least the radius of it would be, actually, no, the surface area would be larger than 2,000 kilometers. The surface area would be larger than 2,000 kilometers, but we're just going to say 2,000 kilometers, again, just to lowball it as much as possible. Even under the assumption that 0.01% of the islands are as large as Dressrosa within the One Piece verse, and that is a massively minute estimation, you can still get the One Piece planet to be several tens to dozens of times larger than Earth, based on there being at the very least 100,000 to 10,000 to 100,000 islands that should be about the same size. It made a crater. Hollow Purple just took the buildings out. Okay, who cares if it made the crater? It just pushed sand, again, dirt, ground, and wood aside. The only thing that's impressive about that almighty push is the range. It's not, I don't have to believe that its attack potency is actually all that much greater than any of the other almighty pushes. Especially since it's only an attack that he can only pull off once, and I have no reason to believe that attack alone is powerful enough to take out Gojo. You genuinely have to believe that that attack is powerful enough to take out Gojo. I don't care if the size that Gojo destroyed was smaller, he took an energy blast. Almighty Push is not an energy blast. It is simply a forceful push. You think Gojo's Hollow Purple can take out a Tailed Beast? Probably. Tailed Beast can't even tank mountain level attacks. Why would Itachi win? What about Itachi hits Gojo? What about Itachi even remotely hits Gojo? Susanoo doesn't hit Gojo. Let's see. Susanoo doesn't hit Gojo. If Gojo can teleport himself inside the Susanoo, Itachi's fucked. Itachi has no good durability feats. He really only has a Susanoo that he can't keep up for long, so that's not a win. Tayuya's, what, the intangible spirits? Okay, sure, they eat stamina away. They're not fast enough to attack Gojo if they weren't fast enough to attack Shikamaru. Shadow paralysis, I mean, Gojo just blasts him, or Gojo literally just blasts Shikamaru, so that's not an issue. Amaterasu's probably an issue. Amaterasu is probably an issue, but if Gojo, let's say, like, it covers, let's say, I don't know, Gojo's arms or whatever, Gojo can just sever off his arms and just grow them back with RCT. They didn't wipe out a city. Okay, they didn't wipe out the entirety of a city. It still took out every single building within its range. There was basically no rubble left within range. Yeah. The issue that you guys have is a matter of range, not of actual explosive damage. Travels, though, we see it. If Gojo instinctively dodges Amaterasu, if Gojo has no way of telling what their attack is going to be, if Gojo instinctively dodges Amaterasu, then I think he can easily take care of anybody with it, but I mean, put it like this. The Raikage was able to dodge it off of raw reaction time, so why not going to touch Gojo? Amaterasu can touch Gojo if you think it spawns right on top of him, but the issue is that, like, again, Eon, Sukuna stopped the Hollow Purple 200. What are we talking about? No, he didn't stop it. He took the brunt of it. He also was basically at the peak of his power. The version of Sukuna that tanked the Hollow Purple was basically at the peak of his power at that point. At least within that fight. He had took no damage. He was all up he was fully up on his CT reserves, and he still lost his arms. He still physically lost the arms. The building itself was taken down. We're not gonna let Robin die. I can't get it out no matter... I can't get you out. How did you manage to get yourself stuck, Zoro? What are you going to do? The rave's already super close. You should know what you're going to do, Sopper. Wait a minute. Would you possibly happen to have my Kitetsu with you? The sword? Yeah, I've got it right here. I know. Oh, I know when it's that sword. I know there's something off about that sword. So you held it onto me? Thanks. Put it in my hand. Alright. Climb up to the ground. Run away. You're going to get swallowed up. It's Aqua Lagona. Okay.
If you want to take the note described to have stretched throughout Shibuya, Shinjuku, I think. What this. Well, if you want to take the editor's word for it, Unlimited Hollow Purple was described to have stretched throughout Shinjuku, I think in chapter 234, 235. I also have to just re-download all of JJK again. There was an editor's note, you said? Also, Gojo would probably one-shot anyone in Naruto with Infinite Void. Yeah, no, they're not tanking Infinite Void. Most characters in Naruto do not tank Infinite Void. I have no reason to believe they do. Holding back a killer move. Weave, weave. Black Flash. Not people who are infinite Tsukuyomi because they are already brain dead. Gray Deer. Yeah. One punch like Mahoraga. Weave. You know, sir, you're repeating yourself. I can't let Sukuna heal. I need to prioritize destroying Agito. This is fine as long as I don't let him use purple. When purple really cuts loose, its output is over 120% with some kind of vining vow. However, its output is over. So he's referencing this moment right here. However, I got away with just losing 2 reinforced hands when taking a direct hit at just under 4 kilometers. Neither of us is at full strength, as if he lands a hit with Hollow Purple at this distance, even at just 100%, it'll be fatal. Mahoraga, how long are you going to make me wait? That's not what I want to see. Forget Megumi, you are my shadow. Show me what you've got. Clink slashes Ojo's arm off. Oh, yeah, either at the beginning of the pages or either one of those. Okay. Cut loose. It was somewhere here, right? Satoru Gojo's, for the second time, Satoru Gojo's will cut through Shinjuku. Yeah. He unleashes Black Flash here, but people said it was too small to have noticed. Yeah, this was one of the Black Flashes that he had landed. Even I had trouble seeing that. Second Black Flash. And Satoru Gojo's voltage ramps up. Meanwhile, Ryoma Sukuna is uneasy for the first time in a millennia. That's another Black Flash right there. Lands a third Black Flash right there. Face Paramedia, occurrence of curse technique. Indeed, I'll defend with Mahoraga and adapt to make it undoubtedly sure the determination wasn't wrong. Curse technique. Mahoraga, boom, boom, boom. Okay, it's blasting through multiple buildings. Hollow Purple causes lapse and reversals to collide and thrust forwards, resulting in a virtual mass. Eon, that attack, being the one that wiped out the hidden leaf, has more destruction than anything Gojo has done. I mean, it just has destructive range. What is its attack potency then? Because Pain does not... Like, let me ask you this then. What do you think Pain's maximum attack potency is? What do you think Pain's attack potency is? Because I'm not even going to give him anything above... I really am not going to give him anything with it. Let me put it like this. A regular Almighty Push is not as powerful as the Almighty Push that wiped out the leaf. The Almighty Push that wiped out the leaf is not as powerful as Chibaku Tensei. Chibaku Tensei is, at best, mountain to island level on a highball. Mountain to island level on a highball if you think it's more powerful than a tailed beast bomb. Is as powerful or more powerful. So that already scales down the Almighty Push. Pain damaged the same Naruto in a berserk state. He really didn't damage him. What do you mean he damaged Naruto? Naruto was rampaging. What signs of damage did Naruto have? I have the chapters. What signs of damage does Pain really have for Naruto? Is this one of those things where you think that he damaged them, but he didn't really? Is this one of those things? Because, let me see. When does Naruto lose this shit? Right here? Let's go here. When does Pain damage Naruto? Not here. Blows back Naruto. Naruto shoots him back with recoil. Shoots a tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb explodes. Right. Pain takes damage. Its power is magnificent. Yeah, no, he doesn't damage Naruto at all. When does he damage him? When does he damage Naruto? He didn't damage him at any point in that fight. And even when Naruto pops out, he's barely got any damage on him. So no, he didn't really damage him at all. Where would you scale planet size? Okay, but because he's already mentioned they would have to start off physics from scratch if physics really works like that. Yeah, he didn't really damage that version of Naruto, so I don't agree with you. So now we're talking about a jutsu from Pain that takes out a large city, but again, that's a matter of range, that's not a matter of power.
I meant the one where he made the giant meteor. It arguably crushed Naruto. No, it did not. I just brought up the panels. No, it did not. It did not crush Naruto. It put the large amounts of rubble under him, sure. It didn't crush him at all. He simply ramped up again, and then he just started forcing his way out of it. So, I disagree with you. Yeah. Like, I don't agree with you. Naruto doesn't get crushed. As a matter of fact, he walks out of there with literally little to no damage. Quite literally has little to no damage on himself. Even right here. Yeah. He's got a couple of rough up marks on his clothes, maybe. But that's kind of it. Yeah, no, he doesn't really hurt Naruto. Your issue is that Pain destroys a larger area than Gojo, but that doesn't inherently mean that the attack is more powerful. And again, this is a virtual mass that explodes and takes everything out with it. Yeah. Mind you, the materials that these buildings are made out of would be tougher than, again, wood and dirt. But I think our point still stands because Pain's range. I mean, range has nothing to do with it at that point. It's the same attack. Destructive capacity does not equal attack potency. And again, all he's taking out are wooden buildings. He is taking out wood. He is taking out dirt. He is pushing it all away. None of the buildings in Konoha. Maybe you could say, well, there's some metal piping and stuff around there. Yeah, but the houses themselves are not made out of metal. Luffy. As Luffy and Zoro... After hearing about Robin's plan, Luffy and Zoro gain the strength to force their way out of their buildings. Zoro with a sword. Zoro with a sword. Both with a sword. And no leverage. Split an entire stone building. In half, and Luffy with no leverage pushed to... How big is this building that Luffy's stuck in? Okay, so assuming that these are the same, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pushes to at least 5-story buildings. At least 5-story buildings. Off. With brute force. With brute force. Do you think someone with teleportation abilities could defeat Gojo if he just teleports his weapon directly into Gojo's brain? Yeah, it's possible. I think that's possible, yeah. Like, if you're able to destroy Gojo's body, like, I guess if you're able to spawn something in a person's head, yeah, I think that would work. Why not, right? Want to say Hollow Purple just looks cooler and grandiose? Sure, but Konoha being erased, we're talking about? Yeah, and, okay. And what is Konoha made out of? Wood and dirt. Where the fuck is the thing? Before Naruto, yeah. Yeah, and what is Konoha but a town made out of rubble, wood, and dirt? What do you want me to tell you? The range, again, is bigger. I have no reason to believe a push is more powerful than a bomb. You also made it out of leaf. Yeah.
You think you can make a presumption that the same wooden houses have metal inside? I mean, we probably do, but where is it? I mean, I know they have metal piping, sure. They have some scaffolding right here, but I mean, yeah, they're just being pushed away. At the end of the day, it is mostly just wood. I guess there is a little bit of stone. It's mostly just wood and scaffolding. Stone, I mean. All he did was push it apart. All he did was literally push it apart. Gojo wiped out the buildings. You can even see the difference in destruction. You can even literally see the difference in destruction from one or the other. The only difference here is that one is just larger in range. Sukuna walked off the purple. He just made it out sheer flesh. Yes, he can also literally enhance himself. Are you just straight up saying now, oh, I guess then all the Leaf Village's ninjas just surviving that, they're also made out of flesh, right? With his wood style? No, there isn't a single statement like that in the entirety of the 700 chapters of Naruto. There isn't. Pain's move is like a massive telekinetic move, more kinetic force in a downward motion. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What do you want me to tell you? I'm not telling you guys have to believe this. You don't have to believe anything. I'm not telling you have to believe it. Believe whatever you want. I just have no reason to believe that Almighty Push was more dangerous than this. It just has bigger range. That's literally what it is. Not to mention Gojo scales to someone that can literally do this. Not to mention Gojo literally scales to someone that can do this. This is even a higher level of destruction. There's a Naruto movie considered canon. Depends on which one we were talking about, Dino. Like, literally laid to waste. There's actually not even rubble left here. There's actually not even rubble left here. Mind you, this is a Fuga from 15-Finger Sukuna, which Gojo scales above, and there's no rubble left. All he did was, again, push things away. That's Sukuna. And Gojo scales above the version of Sukuna that is here. What are we talking about? This is 15 fingers Sukuna. We are literally talking about Gojo versus 20 finger. That's 5 fingers stronger. What are we talking about? What do you mean? Oh, all right. Sukuna limited the effects of domain expansion to surface. What do you mean it limited the effects of domain expansion to surface? The only limitation he put on domain expansion was right here. Malevolent Shrine differs from other types of domain expansions, and it doesn't create a separate barrier using a space using a barrier. The ability realizes one's innate domain without using a barrier is akin to an artist painting a masterpiece, not on a canvas, but on an air, a truly divine technique. Furthermore, by allowing an escape route, a binding vow is formed which vastly increases the guaranteed hit's effective area to a maximum radius of nearly 200 meters. Taking Megumi Fushiguro into account, Sukuna narrowed the effects range to 140 meter radius above the surface. Yeah, you only targeted the area. You only basically targeted everything above ground. That still wiped out everything here. Yeah, he literally just wiped everything down. You can even see the buildings here. Well, there it is above the surface. Can we all the way down? You could do that all the way down to what it is. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Alright, what do you think is more impressive? An attack that pushes, damages everything, everywhere in kinetic force, or a blast that creates a crater? I'd probably say the blast. You're talking about a force of... How do I put it? A force that repels things away, or a blast of not only extreme high heat, but one that is essentially both converging and diverging forces fused into a singular blast. I don't know what to tell you. What is it more impressive? A repelling force that quite literally is just pushing things away, or a blast of energy that is considered a virtual mass that explodes and wipes out buildings? I don't know what to tell you. Worded that wrong. A small crater. So now you have to. So now here's what you're doing. Now you're trying to use a word like small to make it seem like it's weaker. It's not. All Pain has over Gojo is range. That's the only thing Pain has. And even then, you have to argue that the force that he's sending at Gojo somehow bypasses infinity. Why does it bypass infinity in the first place? The waves destroying the back alleys. You just ignored luck, perceiving it as having no borders. The waves destroying the back alleys. Okay. Okay. Good brute force. They were swallowed up by Aqua Lagona. No, look at that. Luffy is... Mr. Polly. Okay. Wait, we're only in Water 7? Yeah, you tell me. Listen, there's a lot of shit to write down for One Piece. Aqua Lagona takes out multiple buildings. Takes out multiple buildings. Multiple buildings made out of stone. Out of stone. Huh. Hey, what's up, Eternal? Made out of stone. Polly, even in his condition, Polly was capable of finding the Straw Hats and bringing them back and pulling them out of the waves, even in his condition. This man picked up 4 people in a condition where he was completely fucked up, mind you. There was a statement from this earlier. Yeah, you could literally see him right here. Just moving has gotta hurt in his condition. Someone comments that moving has gotta hurt for Polly. Yo, Polly is kind of crazy. As of Water 7, how would you scale Luffy compared to Naruto? I do believe. Here's the thing. You guys are probably gonna think I'm crazy for this. I do believe this version of Luffy can take on KCM2 Naruto. I think he can unironically blitz KCM2 Naruto in this form. Especially the one from Enies Lobby. Yeah, I know Enies Lobby Luffy blitzes. It blitzes fucking KCM2 Naruto. Unbelievable. This is shipbuilding island. And even here doesn't feel safe. Uh-huh. The definition doesn't mean the same thing. A second wave, a third wave, just like that. That was some stunt you pulled off. Can't breathe. Thanks for the save. That was a shock. So that's Aqua Lagona. Can't stop shaking. If that happened every year, this island would have been long gone. It's different this year. You people really threw me for a loop. It's amazing you're still alive. It's that old monster lady. Eon debatable since he doesn't showcase the 5 times in base and 10 times amp in second gear. What are you talking about? What? Enies Lobby Luffy? What do you mean? If both verses are in RTX graphic mode, which verse villains looks encounter, including giant creatures? I guess because of Naruto's art style, you can actually make an argument that the tailed beasts look very daunting, especially... Oh, no Water 7, Luffy? What are you talking about? Endless doesn't have an end or a limit. Infinite means the same thing. Yeah, I thought Polly was gonna join too. Dude. I need you to be a bit more like specific, Known Test. I don't know what you're referring. Are you trying to suffocate me? This little jerk's passed out clinging to my face. Hey Zoro, remember you running from the wave too? Were you in the town? Not exactly. I was stuck in a smokestack. Zoro, you're such a dork. How'd you even manage to... You're in a position to be laughing at people. You're both complete dorks. Then... Endless having just watch 100, 1,000. This shit was pure cinema. Oh, you're watching episode 10, 15? Oh yeah, lovely. What'd you think about it? Oh yeah, we got a lot to tell you. Listen, Zoro. Then it's decided we'll get a ship and we'll go right after them. Rope guy, lend us a ship. Loan us a ship. Or are you instead, or actually instead of a ship, are there any sea trains leaving? The Puffing Tom is the only sea train in the world. It's a miracle. You made it out. It's a miracle ship made it possible through the legendary work of the fishermen. Okay, so loan us the fastest ship. Storms. No ship has ever survived the ocean, even during a normal Aqua Lagona. You saw the way it destroyed the back alleys. The town is sturdy. Before now, Aqua Laguna hadn't budged in an inch. Sturdy before now. Okay, so before now, Aqua Laguna. Aqua. I'm just gonna put it AL. Aqua Laguna hadn't made the town budge. It's completely different this year. No ship could survive the oceans during Aqua Laguna. Massive growth 5 times in base due to Doriki scaling and clashing with Lucci. 10 times amp in gear second. I'm talking about Water 7 Luffy. Okay. Let me put it like this then, right? Luffy becomes 5 times stronger after fighting Bluno, right? So Luffy's 5 times stronger right after fighting Bluno. He eats some meat, he nearly drowns, runs for a bit, and then when he fights Lucci, he's fighting him, at least relatively speaking, on par with Lucci, where they are both able to essentially push each other back consistently. You could probably attribute Lucci beating Luffy in some cases to his martial arts, but either way, Luffy is still consistently keeping up with Lucci, and he's not necessarily dealing that much damage to him either. So Luffy became 5 times stronger, right? Now, under the assumption, as I was going on before, Luffy is at least light speed in movement speed. Sorry, should be light speed in terms of just raw stats alone by the time of Enies Lobby. Specifically because of the Foxy the Pirate stuff. I do think Water 7 Luffy's at least bare minimum is relativistic. Bare minimum is relativistic, but I think that you can't really go under light speed if you're being genuine about it, right? If you're not trying to downplay Luffy, I think light speed's bare minimum. So Luffy is 5 times stronger and faster because of the Doriki scaling after fighting Bluno, and then going into fighting Lucci, and then throw in second gear, he is 50 times the speed of light on a massive low ball. Sorry, I guess on a mid ball. He's 50 times light speed. If you wanted to say that Luffy is at least 10% the speed of light because of the Foxy stuff, then he should be 50% the speed of light after fighting Bluno, and then after fighting Bluno, he should be... Well, actually, not even really, because Bluno perception blitzes the fuck out of Luffy. He just doesn't do anything. But you can also just attribute that to the mental nerf, quote-unquote mental nerf. I don't believe that, but... actually, no, not even. Luffy had to have become stronger after his fight as well. He should actually be stronger because he had food, and he had food right after fighting Lucci and Bluno. So he actually should be physically stronger, but even under the assumption that we say that, like, he's not, right? Luffy doesn't get any stronger. We are going to attribute it all to the mental nerf. We're going to keep lowballing Luffy, attribute it all to the mental nerf, and just say that if Luffy was not worried about Robin or didn't have the quote-unquote mental nerf by the time that they fight Lucci and the others, that would still put Luffy at relativistic, not relativistic, light speed fighting Bluno, since Bluno, again, perception blitzes him, blah, 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 XYZ, and then second gear essentially shoots Luffy to anywhere between 5 to 10 times the, 5 to 50 times the speed of light through to second gear by the time he fights Lucci. And that's off of a mid-ball. Off of a low ball, if you say that Luffy is relativistic to the speed of light, let's just say 10% the speed of light, because we have to just constantly downplay One Piece characters. Fighting Bluno, he should be 50% the speed of light, and with second gear, he should be 5 times the speed of light, which would still blitz KCM Naruto. There is no way you can quantify KCM Naruto, KCM2 Naruto to be even 5 times the speed of light. I don't believe that KCM2 is 5 times stronger than KCM. I believe it's just the full host transformation. It is basically just the full host transformation. To 10 times FTL?
You could get him to 10 times FTL, but you still have to like downplay Luffy and say that he wasn't light speed by the time he was fighting Foxy, when he blatantly dodges a beam of light and even blitzes Foxy from behind. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. It's basically NES Lobby, saying that NES Lobby Luffy is 10 times the speed of light also has to mean that you don't believe that Bluno or any of the others that can perception blitz Luffy who can deal with light beams is still not the speed of light. And even then, you have to account that he got 5 times stronger after fighting Bluno, which means, yep, even on a low ball, even thinking that Bluno is only light speed, it's still 50 to 5 to then 50 times the speed of light. He blitzes Naruto every single time. He blitzes Naruto at every single turn. And from all the shit I've been seeing, especially with One Piece characters, if Luffy's jet pistol is more powerful than Frankie's coup de vent, then he should easily also be capable of literally ripping apart metal through his punches. We saw it in the anime adaptation where, well, you can also bring up the manga adaptation, but the anime adaptation is slightly more impressive because you can actually see that through a coup de vent, mind you, a second one that Frankie fired, he was able to literally tear metal apart. And second gear Luffy's punches should scale beyond that. Yeah, no. The only thing that Naruto really has on Luffy is, like, I guess large explosions in the form of tailed beast bombs, but they're mountain level. They're mountain to, like, maybe 5 times mountain level at best. I don't have a reason to put Naruto at... I really do not have a reason to put Naruto at, like, island level. The Might Guy range stuff doesn't really mean anything to me because he doesn't hurt the island. Onoki lifting up an island is more of a hacks rather than him literally physically having the capability to lift up an island. It's more so him just making the island light enough that it can even fly in the first place. Since his ability, I don't go after the 50 times FTL because I want to purposely lowball Luffy, so it's slightly better for Naruto's case. But that's the thing, I've been lowballing Luffy this whole time. You have to lowball Luffy at every single turn, and it's still not fair for Naruto. Naruto just doesn't scale. I'm sorry, it just doesn't scale to it, man. It's like, Naruto, the best thing that you have with Naruto is that just, like, destructive scale, but even then, it's like, I can, listen, and here's the thing, here's the thing, can I just call you KT, by the way? So here's the thing, right? You have to not only give Naruto every benefit of the doubt and say that he scales beyond guys, Hirudora and, which honestly, like, you have to say that he scales above Hirudora, which would still have a larger range than any tailed beast bomb, and even then, that's also under the assumption, that's all, you're not lowballing Luffy? I am lowballing Luffy! What do you mean? I'm literally lowballing Luffy! I'm lowballing Luffy by saying that he doesn't get any stronger from this fight to the next, even though he eats and then goes into Enies Lobby way stronger than he was before. Every single time that Luffy gets into a fight, what did I hear, a moan? I don't know. Every single time that Luffy gets into a fight and then eats right afterwards, he gets stronger. You can see this with Kaido, you can see this after Bluno, you can see this... Actually, you can even argue this after he fights, Katakuri and he gets covered in all that mochi and he has to, like, run it off. Luffy consistently gets stronger after eating, and I'm not even accounting for this. I've completely ignored this right here because people like to say that, well, Luffy was mentally nerfed when he was fighting, weren't the only one who heard that? Yeah, you guys are hearing things. Anyway, so... so for one, I'm not even accounting for a potential amp that Luffy got. Two, I'm downplaying Luffy by saying is lower than lowballing. Yeah. You can literally ask all of my mods. All of my mods have One Piece way higher than anything I put the characters at. Eon tripping? You're tripping. You guys are hearing shit. You guys are fucking schizo. You guys are actually all just straight up schizo, bro. I don't know what to tell you. What, you're telling me all of you guys heard the same thing, man? I didn't know I got a bunch of people with hallucinations that listen to things in my chat. Who knew? Something about me must bring in all the crazies. That's all I'm saying. One is considered the mightiest summit of force of justice in the world, the Navy headquarters. The gates of justice, once someone who's committed a crime passes through those doors, they'll be laid to waste. Just being taken at any time is considered proof that you're a criminal. There isn't a soul in a courthouse that's accused straight. That one caught me off guard. It's also heard it's killer being... Alright. Guess I'm schizo. Call Kishimoto right now and tell him to upscale Naruto. That's what I'm saying. Like, if Kishimoto gave Naruto anything that I could actually go off of, they called Kanye crazy too, and he was right. Crazy people usually right. That's crazy. I'm not Kanye crazy. Let's be real here. I'm not Kanye crazy, though. Actually, you guys are Kanye crazy. What the fuck? I can't actually believe it's over. The fact that this could be close is hilarious. I've seen some moderate glazers always default back to the meteor when it comes to hyping him up. Yeah. Yeah. Government judicial. All right, six. I might have to remove that comment real quick because I don't know about Kanye being the GOAT, bruh. that motherfucker just needed to take his pills, bro. That motherfucker really needed to take his medication. Holy shit, the things that man has said, absolutely deplorable behavior on his behalf. Yeah, we. You're still young, so I'll just leave it up to that. But come on, bro. Yeah. Justice for Six speaking facts. I'm behind. He apologized that his music still gained. I guess. As long as he apologizes, right? On the government-held island judicial, but it's only court in name. And the other row, the torture chamber, dangerous criminals, underworld, any Islabi. By the way, you read Kingdom? If not, I recommend it. You know what's crazy? I have read a little bit of Kingdom. Anyone who calls Eon's Kanye crazy is just straight lunacy. Kanye crazy is a low ball for Eon. Eon, low-key worse than... That is crazy. You really compare... Bruv. Oi, bruv. You really comparing me to fucking Diddy? I don't know, man. Bro, yo, I'm not gonna lie. Comparing me to fucking Diddy of all people is kind of crazy. This one. I did read some of the chapters a while back, actually. I think I read Kingdom. Let me see. I did read a little bit of Kingdom. I did read a little bit. I got to, like, what chapter? Maybe, like, chapter 3 or 4? Yeah, I don't know why Diddy wasn't crazy, just a degen. Kanye is medically crazy. No, I'm Zeng. Yeah, I got up to like this point right here. I got up until like a point around here, yeah. Yeah. I never read past this chapter. I never read past this one. I don't know, Kingdom wasn't for me. I didn't like the... not really. I didn't like the scaling. Not the scaling. I didn't like the art style. I gave it 3 chapters. I didn't like the art style. I don't know what to tell you. Robin, a bounty hunter on her head. A bounty on her head. Yeah, torture. Can't let it until tomorrow. Tell me one more thing. The ocean's calm. The place. You're pirates. You know, you don't you want to fight back. It's true, guys. Give up the idea. Then we'll have to steal a ship. We're setting sail now. He's really going to do it. That ain't our crewmates waiting for us. Get out of the way. Fine, I'll take you on. Mr. Polly, hold it right there. Come with me. I'll send a sea train out for you. Nothing to me. It just says, Polly says, you fool. You're the one in the wrong here, Straw Hat. It's just as Polly says, you fool. Shut up, old lady. This has nothing to do with me. Yeah, well, just listen. I swear, if I left you people to your own devices, you'd be racing your death. Listen up. If there's any ship in the world able to ride out Aqua Lagona, it's the sea train built by those legendary men. That's the only one. But that isn't here now. So why are we taking a ship? If you're so eager to meet your end and come with me, I'll give you a ship. This is the best break ever. And all thanks to Okiji giving us the okay for a buster call. Isn't that right, Funkfried? Baroom. Is it because the art style looks bad? Yeah, I just don't like the art style. On Lobo, One Piece Planet is 10 to 20 times our size. Yeah. The old difference between Eon and Diddy is that Eon eats beat. That's just a straight up time. You know what? That's a 10-minute timeout for you, good sir. That's just a straight up 10-minute timeout. You're going to compare me to Kanye and then say the difference between us is that I eat beans? That's crazy. You didn't even say Kanye eats beans. You said I eat beans. That's insane. Is beyond dog shit. That's a good recommendation for Esther. Yeah, that's crazy. My Hero Academia, consistently large country. Timeout. Yeah, timeout. I'm not having anybody call me I'm not gonna have anybody say that I eat beans and then also compare me to Kanye and say that I eat beans over Kanye. That's crazy. Nico Robin, a woman the world government has been chasing for 20 years. Yeah. The world may only know it. Yeah. Enough military force to destroy the world. And on their way to me. Wait. The world may be wide, but the only 2 humans who have the key to reviving the ancient weapon are the sea train and are on their way. Enough military force to destroy the world is coming straight to me. Yeah. Car 7. Sanji takes out the entirety, multiple marine ships.
Sanji takes out multiple marine ships that have combatants from the world government. People highball to multi-con, large planet, based on flawed calcs and stacking. We all know ready for Naruto vs. Luffy, release Neon, move on to something else. Yeah, we're all ready for that. Multipliers on top of that. I don't know, bro. I just don't see told eat. I just don't think being told you eat beans is the biggest insult. At least as far. Okay, so you may not know. So it's an old joke that friends of mine and I. It's an old joke that friends of mine and I sort of made up. You remember that old video? There was like some kids watching like the Cars 2 movie, and they basically yelled in the middle of the movie theater, "This N-word eats beans," and stuff like that. So my friends and I sort of took that phrase, like "you eat beans," sort of say that like you're being a dickhead, you're being an asshole, you're being like a massive piece of shit. You know, like if you like you're playing a game with your bro and he kills you just for the sake of it, just to like fuck over the entire game for everybody. Like, bro, you really eat some massive amounts of beans. It's kind of like, you know how like somebody says eat a dick? It's kind of like saying eat a dick to a person without saying eat a dick. You know what I mean? It's like choke on a cock. Yeah, it's kind of like saying eat beans. So when somebody says, so when like I say Kanye West eats beans, that I'm basically saying Kanye West can eat a dick. That's what it means within our community, so to speak. If I gave you $40 to glaze Ino, Sakura, and the other Naruto win for 20 minutes straight in your next video, would you? $40! Bro, you're missing at least a couple of zeros. Listen, I can glaze Ino. I can glaze Tsunade. I wasn't tapped into the lingo. My bad. No, you're fine. You're fine. If anybody wants to know, if somebody says you eat beans, or they say like Eon eat beans, they're basically saying Eon can eat a dick. That's basically what they're saying. Or Beyond's being an asshole, or Beyond's being a dickhead. Bro, you're missing like at least 1 to 2 zeros off of that shit. I'll glaze Ino, I'll glaze Mei Terumi, I'll glaze Tsunade, I'll glaze Kushina, shit, I'll glaze Haku. Yo, we're out here saying, yeah, I'll even glaze Haku, I'll glaze all the femboys in Naruto too. For $40, $50, I'll throw in a 20-minute video glazing all of these chicks. Sakura? Hinata? Nah, you're gonna actually have to pay me like big bands for that. I'm gonna need at least 4 bands. Can't really go one day without getting verbally assaulted. That's what I'm saying. You're gatekeeping it more since Epstein. Release the Naruto versus... You're looking at the files right here! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I could never glaze Sukuna for any amount of money. Yeah, I could never glaze Sakura. Yeah, I mean, listen, $4,000 gets me out of a lot of debt, alright? Giselle is cuter than Haku. Sure, I guess. That is an opinion you were allowed to have. Same for Gosho. I could do this shit free. Sakura can't be that bad. I do not like that character in the slightest bit. That bitch is everything wrong with Naruto. A 20-minute video of me glazing these chicks. Yeah, I'll definitely make a 20-minute video of me glazing all these chicks. I'll talk about Ino connecting the entire Shinobi Alliance. I'll talk about Mei Terumi creating a water style more powerful than multiple water style Shinobis. I'll talk about Tsunade landing multiple hits on Sakura. I'll even make it sound like Tsunade was blitzing Madara. I will. Bro, that's... Bro, I will go out of my way to make all of these chicks sound insane. Would you scale Sakura against someone you hate even more, or would you pluck your eyes out? I don't know who the fuck I could hate more than Sakura. You know what's crazy? I don't think there's a character in One Piece, or actually, do I hate anybody in Bleach more than I hate Sakura? Bleach characters in general are just bad. Like, Sakura is just a bitch, but Bleach characters are just bad. Like, they're all just pathetic. Like, there's a difference between, like, coming after a character who's pathetic because they don't add anything to their story, and there's characters... Yo, don't even joke about this. I'm not making a video on Sakura versus Sengoku. You know what? The only winner here is me, because I had to make a video here and you're all watching. I will say some shit like, I don't know, man. I hate both of these characters. I don't want to say either of them wins. They're both trash. I might actually have to... I don't even know who would win. You have a chick who isn't that powerful within the context of anything in One Piece versus a One Piece character who is essentially just a fraud. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to fucking do here, right? Well, who should I say wins this? Wins the femboy scaling vid dropping? Give me a femboy character you need me to talk about. I can make a video on Haku. The lore accurate Haku is terrifying. Eon would not be able to stop gooning while making the strip for the femboy scale. Alright, that's enough of that. I do not like femboys. How much are you gonna push this fucking agenda, dude? We don't need a femboy scaling. We need Astolfo wins because of monster scaling. I don't even know what monster is. Let me look up what monster is. What's monster?
What the fuck is Monster about? Everyone faces uncertainty at some point in their lives. Even a brilliant surgeon like Kenzo Tenma is no exception. But there's no way he could have known that his decision to stop chasing professional success and instead concentrate on his oath to save people's lives without the birth of an abomination. The question of good and evil now take on a terrifyingly real dimension. Years later in Germany, during the tumultuous post-reunification period, middle-aged, childless couples are being killed one after another. The serial killer's identity is known. The reasons why he kills are not. Tenma sets out on a journey to find the serial killer's twin sister, who may holds includes the solving the enigma of the monster. The fuck are you guys talking about? We all need Giselle and Astolfo. Yes, even you, Eon. We want Kirara too for dessert. Alright. Why the fuck is Sanji in the conversation? Since when is Sanji a femboy? Post-time skip Chopper? That guy is hollow and only serves to boost plushie sales. Yeah, but Chopper's cute at least. And I feel like Chopper at least does things in post-time skip. At least there are situations where you can't get by without Chopper. But Bleach characters, they don't do anything, dude. Most Bleach characters add nothing to the story but being fodder for other characters to not waste their energy on them. Don't do what? Monster is a masterpiece. Sanji became a femboy for a bit and enjoyed it. Okay. You can't phase Bluno when a weaker Frankie breaks through and damages Fukuro, who's less than 5% stronger. Why did you think Doriki doesn't scale linearly? Because Frankie briefly stopped Bluno in a warehouse? What are you doing on the C train? I mean, he did kind of overpower Bluno for a little bit. Who, let's be honest here, is slightly stronger than Fukuro. And then, you know, he beats Fukuro as well, right? Like, Frankie should still be relative. I'd like to ask you the same thing. I've been afraid we haven't been introduced. Alright, 6 p.m. guys. It is 6 p.m. I think that's my cutoff point. Tomorrow there won't be a stream. I'm gonna work on a video tomorrow. I'm probably gonna fix up the next script and then I'm gonna just put it all together. 6 a.m. here, Jesus Christ. Become a side character in One Piece, Naruto, or Bleach. You know what? Make me a side character in One Piece. I feel like I can at least get away with just chilling on an island, if anything. Bluno was literally about to kill Frankie if Lucia hadn't stopped him. Probably. Maybe. What's this about? Capital. So this is supposed to be like German? So what's the monster he made? Got 20 minutes until Ramadan and I'm done. I gotta deal with the tooth extraction. Jesus Christ, that sucks. But you always join these streams as you're about to leave. You gotta just join a little bit sooner, dude. King Kurizumi? Yo, Kurimuzan. I was about to say. We have a picture. Oh, right. Do a pre-Luffy versus Naruto Sage. It's just gonna be part of the video anyway. There's no reason for me to just separate it. Yeah, I'm conveniently ending the stream once the fanboys are talking. Not really. I'm ending the stream because it's 6 p.m. Oh, you woke up late? That sucks. Yes, his contact with the metal. It's going to be difficult. The bullet entered through the forehead and is deeply lodged in the brain. Yeah. I want my husband back. Please bring him back. What's the matter? I have a patient. Kill? Yeah. Don't read that on stream, bro. Why not? Why shouldn't I read this? Luffy geared death, only a biscuit of water and a drink of glass? Nah, you're out of your mind, yo. Anybody here ever had like 3 Popeyes biscuits with no beverage whatsoever? It's gotta be crazy, dude. Oh, there's nudity? Oh, that's why. Okay, got you. Let me check this out real quick, and then I'll head out. Let me check this out real quick. Okay, I'm gonna... If you guys start hearing some... If you guys start to hear... an echo, I think I finally know what the issue is. I'm gonna try something out real quick. I just want to try it on stream real quick. You've never had Popeyes? That is crazy. You need to have some Popeyes. It is, I'm going to be honest with you though, it is a bit of an acquired taste. It is a bit of an acquired taste for like chicken. It's good chicken in my opinion, but it's a bit of an acquired taste like the first time you try it. I didn't like Popeyes the first time I tried it, but afterwards I was like, okay, this is pretty good.
This is probably the last person that I thought it was going to
Oh, the Austrian Pater's in the manga.
Prince Andrew got arrested. This is, in my opinion, fucking insane. I am so happy to see this.
Oh, got you.
His relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, I heard they arrested him on his birthday.
Hi, George. Yes, extraordinary news out of the UK this morning. The former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, has this morning been arrested on the Sandringham estate. Where,
he's definitely joking, Jake, because we're not going to have a new chapter this week. We're not going to have a new chapter this week. It's next week.
He was living, after having been removed, of course, from the home he was living in Windsor.
Now we got to get this guy talking about everybody else, right? Because, like, once you get a few of these people, they're going to start rolling over on everybody else. And girl in the picture was murdered by a staged car crash. She wasn't suicidal, and they ruled it suicide. Well, that's convenient. I mean, it's good, you know, obviously for him that she's dead, right? So she can't say anything bad about him. So, you know, surely there's no connection there, right?
From Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses
Mandelson
in
will also be
Berkshire
fucked then?
and
Yeah, I think
Norfolk.
so. But, anyway, yeah, it's been pictured leaving. Wait, this is him? Oh my, what the fuck is, oh my God.
Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. I'll check this out later. All right, guys, I'm going to just leave it there. Hope you guys have a good rest of your night, evening, morning, day, Friday, wherever point in time you guys are in. I'll catch you guys all later. I think it's time for me to head out. Yeah, no, peace out. Peace out, guys. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Please drink, you add more Naruto to the data book section. Appreciate it.